Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing on this fine, pleasant... What color even is the sky today? Chat, what do you call that fucking fear of holes again? It's like trypophobia or something? Trypophobia. Okay, yeah. Okay. Damn, I remembered it. Cool. It looks like a fucking trypophobia-inducing sky. There's like clouds, but there's like holes of sky in it. That's how the sky looks like today. Kind of an interesting one. Wednesday morning. How do you do, chat? Also, for some reason, fucking Chatter sent an artifact. So we look at the artifact. What the fuck is that, dude? What is that? I mean, that's unfortunate, I suppose. If you're gonna roll that much EM, you'd like to roll that on a flower or a feather, not a fucking animal goblet, but okay. It's a C6 Kazuha piece. True. Is animal damage what you want on C6 Kazuha, actually? Or do you want attack or EM? I never fucking remember, man. Spotify is not on duty? Yeah, let me fucking give it a job. Oh. Thank you. How do you do, chat? Balatro cam? Yeah, I haven't actually had the Balatro cam this stream. Insane. I remembered to close my Balatro before I went to bed last night. And I didn't play Balatro this morning. Congrats on your C++. Okay, you know, for some reason, Steam hasn't updated the achievement. Like, I have 100% of the game, and it says so in-game, but it doesn't say it on Steam. It's very annoying, okay? It still says I'm missing one achievement, but I've done the thing. So I don't know how to make it update. It's annoying. Dies of dies. Anyways, yeah, for those of you who don't follow me on Twitter, I ended up 100% in Balatro
special place
yesterday after ending stream. Literally the very next run, by the way. I got an early Midas mask into a golden ticket. And no, it wasn't a Midas mask. I'm wrong. It was a DNA. An early DNA into a golden ticket. And I think my first literal first shop, Polychrome Brainstorm. 15 bucks. I can't buy that. Oh no, open the buffoon pack, credit card. Dude, I swear, I almost fucking reset when I saw the first shop. I almost reset when I saw the first shop. But it was saved. It was probably one of the best Balatro runs of my life. Not because it was, like, particularly successful. It was just, like, such an RNG fest. I wish I'd done it on stream. I should have ended stream one run later, honestly. But yeah, for context, for those of you who don't play Balatro, Brainstorm is a joker that copies your leftmost joker, and copy jokers are really powerful because you can, like, move your joker order to make it so that when you generate money with jokers, you copy your joker that generates money, and when you're trying to score, you copy your joker that generates score. You can alternate between the two and, like, effectively have that joker slot count for multiple jokers at the same time. That's why they're so powerful. But you don't start with a lot of money, so if it's in your first shop, you can't buy it. But there's one of your jokers that says you can go up to minus $20 in debt. And I found that in a random pack after I saw a $15 joker in my shop. That was a Brainstorm, the copy joker. If I didn't find exactly credit card in that buffoon pack, I couldn't have bought that. Anyways. For those of you that want it in Genshin terms, it's like, they released a banner that lasts only for 5 minutes while I was playing, but I didn't have enough Primogems for it. And then I opened my mail and I saw that I received 1,000 Primogems in the mail. Still not enough for 10 pulls. I was on hard pity. Anyways, I might update my Joker tier list now that I've 100%ed Balatro. Is that carbonated coffee? No, it's not. I've learned my lesson, don't worry. Don't worry. It's a mistake you only do once in your life. Five reps. Oh right, my cam is in the fucking wrong corner. I moved it for Balatro.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see.
That's why I said Balatro cam. I thought you were commenting about the fact that I didn't accidentally show a Balatro when I changed my scenes. My bad. Move you guys back as well. Back in the proper position. Without superposition. True! Damn, he's got bars. Because here, you're superposed with the Spotify overlay. Anyways. Okay, chat. Where are we gonna spend our resin today? We're still pre-farming IANSAN. I think we're like 41 out of 46 for the boss mats. Did I do Arlecchino yesterday? I think I did, right? But yeah, we're 41 out of 42 for the boss mats. We're still gonna be missing out on a lot of books as well. Pre-farm Verissa? I might pre-farm Verissa when it's confirmed what banner IANSAN is on. Verissa wants the whale? I could at least do the weekly for her then. If she wants the whale, I don't mind doing the whale. Because weeklies aren't just farming for the weekly boss specifically, they're also for billets, and I've only done 2 out of 3 weeklies. Is that actually true though, or am I getting fucking one guide? Let me double check. I meant the dragon, I misspoke. Okay, cool. I got one guide. Okay, my bad. Caught! Caught! It wasn't the whale. What else can I pre-farm for her? I can't pre-farm her boss yet. I can't pre-farm her exploration material yet. I think I already have enough Saurian mats. And that's all you need, right? And I guess the talent mats, which are conflict. Oh, that's good! Wait, no, it's not. I have Chaska. Fuck. I was like, I haven't leveled a single character that wants conflict. No, I have. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I don't have that many. I mean, I have a few at least. But IANSAN is one of those characters that has multiple talents you want to level, which is unfortunate. Or sorry, I meant Verisa, not IANSAN. IANSAN, you only really need to level the burst, right? If I remember correctly. Kind of like Bennett, leveling the skill doesn't do anything. Yeah. It's a bit more damage, but it doesn't matter that much. So you don't actually need that many mats. How many do you need? Talent level 10, because I'm definitely going to talent level 10 her. Need 38 purples, 21 blues, and 3 greens. I don't have that, but I'm not that far away. That's not today, right? Yeah. Let's glorp it up. That's a good one. I like it. That's a good one. I like it a lot. That's +1 cat emote? No. Glorp is not a cat. Glorp looks like a cat, but Glorp is an alien. So it's not a cat emote. That's just how it works, I'm sorry. IANSAN is contention, Verisa is... IANSAN is contention, Verisa is conflict. Anyways, I need 38 purples and 21 blues, right? And how many greens? Only 3 greens, okay. If I get like really lucky with my Singto, we might already have enough, but I think that's very unlikely. We might as well check. Where the fuck are they? Contention. Okay. So I need to keep 3 of these. So for now, let's do this. Let's see how lucky we get. We got lucky. Let's do this. We didn't get lucky. Okay. We need to keep 21 of these, which is 7. So 23 minus 7 is 16. Okay, we can do one more. Yeah, we don't have enough. 32. We're 6 away. But that's only like 1 day of farming away. I'm gonna probably have her at 1-1-10, or I guess 1-4-13 if I get lucky. IANSAN needs E and burst. You need to use your E and burst, but I don't think the E talent levels do anything. The information on Amber is scuffed, right? It's not a 54-second cooldown, it's 54 Nightsoul point limit. So maybe there's something that isn't showing up properly that you need to level, but unless that's the case, then you only need to level the burst.
Never mind.
Kinda like Bennett. 54-second rotations. Huge. Is using Singto always better than 10% double? Let me talk about the math of that real quick. Right? So Singto is 25% chance for a refund. Lila is 10% chance for a double. Right? The way you can look at this is that with Lila, on average you'll get 1.1 per 3 spend. Right? And on Singto, you get 1 per, well, 75% of the time you spend 3, 25% of the time you spend 2. So the efficiency increase. Am I an idiot? Wait. Because usually you get... I gotta fucking take my coffee before I try to use my brain. I'm sorry. Huge. It's going okay. So, Lila is generally gonna be better. But it's very, very close. The thing is, Singso gets you more information. Like, if you're... Alright, if I have 5 out of 3 left... Or, sorry, if I have 5 grains left, I will only get an additional blue. Or, if Singso procs, that's 3 out of 3 and I can get an additional blue. If Lila proc, I get an additional blue as well, and I have 2 out of 3 grains, but I can't do anything with that. Like, technically, the optimal way to go about it is craft until you have a multiple, like, use Singso until you have a multiple of 3, and then go all in on Lila. Technically, that's the optimal way to do it. But, like, yeah. Or, if you want to think entirely long-term, you can just always use Lila. But, yeah. Personally, I use Singso because he's my goat. Wasn't Albedo always an option? That's for the Sucrose thing. It's not for talent books, it's for, enemy mats. No, it's for weapon mats, Albedo. I think. Yeah, Albedo is weapon mats. My bad. Cornge. It's been so long since I leveled a weapon. What was the last weapon I leveled, actually? I think it was probably an event weapon. Like, outside of weapons that I had that at 80 and I ended up getting to 90, what was the last weapon I actually leveled? Like, the last new weapon I leveled. Earthshaker, I guess? It was probably Earthshaker. Yeah, it was Earthshaker. I know I leveled a Fab Lance recently, but that's not the same. Speaking of which, I got it to 89 because I didn't have enough Mora for 90. I might as well get it to 90 now. Insane. Insane. Oh yeah, there was Blacklift Slasher recently as well. Well, that's an old weapon, so I don't know if it counts. Anyways, so right now, what I need for IANSAN is a little bit more books and a lot of Mora. And 2 more of this boss. If I end up getting Varesa, I'm gonna need her books as well. Can I pre-farm the exploration mats for her? No. Damn. That's unfortunate. Actually, it's not, because I wouldn't have wanted to do it anyways. You want to get both or just pull for IANSAN? I am most definitely getting IANSAN, even if it costs me C6 Varesa. Unless I literally run out of primos before I get her. If... You know, assuming Varesa is on IANSAN's banner, I'll probably at least, even if I get an early IANSAN, at least keep going until I get Varesa. Because I would also like IANSAN cons. Alright, last one. Now we're gonna get 4 because it doesn't matter anymore. We didn't. Okay, we got a chunk. Chunks are good. Instructor on EM, meh. Meh. Alright, nothing all that great here. By the way, chat, how many of you guys knew that artifacts from world bosses are better than artifacts from artifact domains?
Adventure time.
Artifact domains have a 1 out of 3 chance to start with 4 stats. Artifacts from bosses have the same odds as Strongbox, which is a 1 out of 2. So they're on average going to be ever so slightly better. I know you probably already talked about it, but what would you predict from Skirk playstyle depending on the new set? I mean, mainly, it's clear she's not going to have energy cost, right? Because if she has an energy cost, the set isn't going to activate, assuming the set is for her, right? I would expect... I would expect a playstyle that kind of feels similar to... I'd expect the burst playstyle to be similar to how Bennett Carey plays. Where, you end up with, like, when you use your burst, it puts you into a special state. And in that special state, you get to spam an ability you can't spam outside of your burst.
Good things
I guess you
come
could
to those who
say something kind of like Sino as well.
knowing my luck, the opposite is probably true for me.
Like Gumming? No, because I would expect it to be... I mean, maybe. I guess like Gumming as well.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
But I would expect her to be viable both with a burst playstyle and a normal attack playstyle, because otherwise the set doesn't make any fucking sense. I really hope it's not that you spend, like, 5 seconds doing burst damage and then 5 seconds doing normal attack damage. I feel like that'd be cringe. I hope they... I like when characters have multiple options, right? I mean, I talked about it with Shilonen. I thought it was really cool that she had the carry playstyle, and that it was really unfortunate that the numbers on it were really ass, because it was conceptually really fucking cool. I talked about how my favorite part of Shilonen's kit was that, and it was kind of disappointing that it was too weak to be good. You should play Sethos then. See, Sethos is cool conceptually until you realize that one of the 2 playstyles is using charge attacks on a bow user. Anyways, I don't know why Sethos makes me think about that, but I mean, I guess I do. I saw a video on Twitter recently. Someone being like, I mean, you see them sometimes, people that main weak characters and that are like, I don't believe them when they tell you X is weak, and then they go and they take like 30 seconds to kill an overworld boss, and they think that's good. And like, the funniest part is that Sethos isn't actually that bad, but it was not a good showcase of him at all. Setos is difficult to play. I saw some bote clear and I understand nothing. Yeah. Me pressing burst on Maoika and clearing it in 10 seconds. Me maulding because I can't do the spin gameplay because the enemy dies to the burst initial hit on Maoika. Maj. What was the bote clear? Is it recent or are you talking about an old clear? An old clear, I see. Who is Bote? Bote is like the GOAT, actually. Yeah, that's 8 months ago. Bote is like known to be like one of the very few people that are able to like actually do fucking wave dash on Hu Tao. And yeah, don't look at the fucking quality here. Oh yeah, my cam's kind of in the way. Setos can't enter a mode during burst, which means he can't do RR cancels. For context, RR cancels are entering a mode using R and then exiting. And if you do it real quick, you can reset your attack animation. It's what is generally used in Yoimiya combos instead of a dash cancel. Alright, and you get an additional N1 at the end. Compared to dash cancel. I think you can get N2 if you do it frame perfect. Maybe even N3. But I am far from good enough to do that. Anyway, so that's what an RR cancel is. Instead we'll do wall cancel. The string we will use is N2W. 2 normal attacks canceled by a walk. So again, right? Usually if all you're doing, like left hand not on the keyboard, if all you're doing is doing normal attack, even if you wait between your normal attack inputs, it will go from your first to your second, to your third, to your fourth, to your fifth, right? But if you walk in between all of them, it resets your normal attack string. And if you aim, or if you hold your walk button, it takes a little bit to start walking after you do your N1. But if you spam it, I think it does it a little faster. But I'm not very fucking good at it, so it is what it is. Anyways. But you have to input your walk after the N2 input, basically, to do it well. While moving forward, attack twice to do N2. When Setos starts to walk, immediately attack again. Oh, maybe I'm an idiot. Maybe you don't need to W cancel. Or to spam W. I think that's with Ning that you need to do that for it to not be cringe. Okay, I'm an idiot. Forget I said that. And by the way, the reason why walk cancels are important on Setos, and more specifically, the reason why Setos' best combo is N2, not N3, is because
it'd be right there.
His third attack is omega fucking slow. And while it does have a higher motion value on the third attack, it doesn't have a higher EM scaling from the burst. It has the same amount. So doing the N3 isn't really that good. I also don't think it's all that favorable for aggravate procs. Setos A1 drains energy upon firing charge attacks. Because energy drain is server side, it's possible to still burst after shooting a charge attack even without C6. I don't know why the sound is gone. It can be possible to skill charge attack burst and then to catch the energy particle. This is going to depend on ping. If you have better ping than me, less than 50, this can be hard / impossible to do. This is the recent one? Okay. Wait, that's 2 months ago, but still. We can take a look at that. Seto's a unique character with a high skill ceiling. He has a lot of tech and tricks that can be used to increase his DPS. I'll cover topics such as N2W, short versus long tap, M1R hold cancel, input buffering, and tax evasion. If you don't know what some of these are, then you have something to learn. Now, around 30 frames of leeway to do this combo. At 30 FPS, you'll probably get 7 N2W N1. N1W is very cool, but significantly harder to do. Frame perfect. 22 N1W is worse than 8 N2W, so only do this if you want to flex. What the fuck? What? I did not know that was possible. Holy shit. To do N2W, tap attack twice while holding a movement direction. Notice the bow disappearing from Sethos' hand. This is the end of the N2W, and you should now press attack again. Holy. Mobile gameplay, holy. You don't mash press, this is how you accidentally get N3. Short tap. To get a fast N1, make sure you keep your tap short. Huh. That's crazy. When starting out, you can practice being a little late on each N2. Once you're ready, try to get them so that Seto stays in place for the entire string. I don't even know what N and W means. N is normal attack, W is walk. So N2W is 2 normal attacks into a walk. Sometimes you need to dodge. Burst ends when the countdown reaches 7, so I keep track of this to know when to end combo. Burst ends here. Part 2, level 2 charge attack. I will call this CA2. Seto's charge attack becomes CA2 right when he starts to move his bow vertically. You don't need to wait until his bow is fully vertical. There are several ways to shoot CA2. Aim toggle. So enter aim mode and then start shooting. Just hold the mouse button. Aim toggle dash cancel. Hold attack dash cancel. Wait. Oh, hold attack into aim toggle into dash cancel.
Do you hear that? Something's going on over there. I'm gonna go check it out. Early bird gets the worm.
It's like, I don't have energy, so I can't fucking do the vertical ones. But it's like, hold M1, release for the charge shot, and then enter aim mode, and release or and shoot, and then dash. I think it's because it lets you enter the second aim mode faster if you do it that way than if you just spam M1. Do M1R, hold attack to do CA2, then press aim to toggle the moment the camera starts to zoom out, dash after shooting. Seeing someone do this on fucking mobile is insane, by the way. Part 3 level 1 charge attacks. Charge attack 1 requires at least 4 energy to shoot. A shot consumes energy divided by 2 up to 10. For example, when Sethos has 10 energy, charge attack 1 consumes 5. So he gets the 4 energy, and then he shows that as soon as he hits 4 energy, he can do the CA1. To do CA1 spam, I recommend hold attacks, usually known as hold cancel. So the idea here is, instead of doing the full shadow piercing shot, you release it earlier, because while it does a lot less damage, right, it doesn't have the EM scaling, and the attack scaling is lower. It still does pretty okay damage, and it's still pretty much instant. It consumes a lot less energy, which means you can do more of them, and it still aggravates because it doesn't have ICD. Right? So, individually, they'll do less damage than Charge Shot 1, but they'll still do damage. But you get to proc a lot more of them. Yeah, exactly. It's good for Fischl, because you get more of them. So you get to proc Fischl faster than you do on N2W, because you have more hits. Hi, Furu. We're summoning the fucking bow user abusers. Noted, I shouldn't play Sethos. Yeah, pretty much. What is the best Sethos combo? So, the thing is, Sethos is a character that has a lot of different possible combos. A lot of his combos can do more damage in a shorter period of time, but do less DPS overall. Which means that in practice, you'll end up doing a lot of different combos over an optimal clear. I think the combo people usually use when calculating his DPS is the N2W. And sometimes, I also think they often use 1 or 2 charge shots at some point. Especially because with C6 you get 1 for free. But like, basically, his best DPS per field time is charge 2 spam. But the problem is he can't do that for very long before he runs out of energy. Right? His best DPS per rotation is N2W. And his least energy reliant combo that still does good damage is C1 spam. So basically, if the enemy has like half of their HP left, and that's enough for you to finish him off in one like C1 spam combo, you're supposed to do C1 spam, or sorry, C2 spam combo. If it's not enough for you to kill him with C1s, because C1s consume less energy. But it's less... like... think of it this way, okay? He gets like 100% of his rotation's damage doing N2W, or 8 N2W. If he does like, what is it, 5 C2s you can do? I don't remember how many you can do. I gotta double check. How much energy does it cost? 20 energy for a full one? Plus 1 from this, right? And he has a total of 60. So it's 4 plus the energy you can generate, right? His skill generates 12 energy and you get particles. So that gets you a 5th one. Yeah, so it is 5 C2. Right? That does like 50% of the damage. But this takes 7 seconds. This takes like 2. 2 to 3 or something. So if the enemy is under 50% of your rotation's damage, this will kill him faster than using your burst and doing this. But if they're even lower HP than that, if you just do C1 spam, it's like 40%, or I guess technically over a full rotation of C1 spam, you could probably get like 70%, but it's still gonna be that like 7 to like 10 seconds of time. Oops. I'm kind of guesstimating the numbers. I'm not sure exactly what they are here, but I'm just trying to convey the point, right? Where like, this is the highest DPS per field time, but it has a lower total amount of damage, which means that unless you can kill the enemy with this amount of damage, you're better off doing this combo. And this is less DPS, but it doesn't use up nearly as much energy as this, which means that you can, 1, do this at the end of your rotation. If after 8 N2W the enemy has like 20% HP left, you can start doing C1 spams just so that you can finish him off without having to use another burst. Or you can build your team around it if you want to spend more than 7 seconds on field. Right? Fru, was it you or was it Bote that made the video about Electro MC? It was me? Okay, yeah. So like, because you can do the C1 spams really quickly, it means that if you have and the C1 does the same amount of damage whether you're consuming 2 energy or 10. As long as you're making sure you're regenerating 4 energy between each shot, you can spam them incredibly quickly. But if you have a lot of energy, you consume more, right? So ideally, in a perfect world, you want to not have a lot of energy so you don't consume a lot. Because eventually, you just run out of energy. Right? And you're not getting the Electro ones anymore. Right? Whether you're consuming 2 energy or 10, it's still the same amount of damage. Which means, if you have a lower total amount of energy, you consume less energy. Right? But you do need to consume that energy for each shot, otherwise they don't get the Electro Infusion and you don't aggravate. Which is where Electro MC comes in, because Electro MC generates energy when your attacks hit. Which means that you're guaranteed to get that energy every time you do a charge attack. Right? And you don't have to wait for the particle to move to you, like you do for pretty much every other source of energy in the game. Right? The energy generation at town level 13 is 1.
If you're always asking why, yeah, you yourself into a corner. Sometimes.
Does it get increased by anything else? I don't think so, right? No, it does. Wait, does it? It's 1.5 because every second one. No, it's every third one. Sorry. There's 1.3. Which means that instead of consuming 2 per at 4 energy, you effectively consume 0.7 per, which makes it a lot easier for whatever particle generation you have from the rest of your team to catch up and make sure that you never run out. Anyways. Yeah, Sethos has a really, really interesting kit. I just wish that it wasn't a fucking bow user, because I can't fucking be bothered playing bow users. Also, don't use Rust on him, okay? Mine is on Rust just because it is what it is, you know? You should use Slingshot. I should level my Slingshot. Wait, do I not have Refines on it? Oh, fuck. Wait, I'm an idiot. Why do I not have Refines on Slingshot? Is Slingshot a gacha weapon or is it an exploration weapon? Is it like White Tassel? It's gacha? Okay, so I'll get it. I'll get it again eventually. Alright, cool. But yeah, I am begging all of you, do not use R1 Slingshot. Slight difference between R1 and R5 Slingshot of wait, does it not double? Oh, it doesn't double, it goes to 60, right. It's not, damn, that's crazy. There's a B in this MX plus B, that's crazy. He has 2 weapons? Is Slingshot better than most of the 5 stars, actually? I guess it makes sense. He doesn't care that much about attack, and... Is Slingshot actually better than... You TC'd him? Yeah, but that was a long time ago, man. You think I remember that shit? I should level Sethos eventually. The problem is, like, non-C6 Sethos is so bad. I mean, okay, it's not that big of a deal not to have C6, but, like, C3, C4, C5, and C2 are all actually pretty decent constellations. So the gap between not having any of them or C6 versus having them is massive. Right? It's not that he has the best C6 in the game. He's not like Gaming, where, like, there's a massive gap between C5 and C6, and if you don't have the C6, he feels a lot worse. But each of his constellations, honestly, outside of this one, is really useful. This one's kind of ass. You can tax evade on top of C6. Yeah. I don't know if I can tax evade on 20 ping. Is that doable? I'll try. I heard it was ping dependent, and I've never really properly tried it. I don't know about that one. Oh boy, I don't know about that one.
You are not welcome here.
I don't know about that one, Chief. You're supposed to dash before the burst, right?
You are not welcome.
Yeah, I don't think it's doable on 20 ping. People go, if I remember correctly, it's not that big of a deal for team DPS because Fischl is doing a lot, but for his personal damage, it's a pretty big difference. And like, if I'm gonna be playing him, I want to be playing him because of the cool stuff in his kit, not because Fischl is good. But yeah, this might be a 34 plus playing exclusive thing. Like, most likely, you need 2 frames of delay, right? Do I have Sethos on one of my other accounts? I think I have him on my Taiwan. I can double check that it's doable on higher ping for me and I'm not just fucking it up. I'm not sure. I'll check. But if you have more than that, you can't do 5 belts Mawika. I mean, okay, here's the thing. From what I understand, tax evasion Sethos is actually something you should be doing on Sethos because it's reliable enough and it's really useful. 5 melt Mawika is not real. Okay, I don't have him. Fuck. I might as well pick up the primos from the patch. Wait, you do? Wait, am I blind? I have him and I'm just blind? The hell is tax evasion Sethos? So you know how Sethos' charge attack, like his empowered charge attack, consumes energy? It consumes energy server side, which means that with ping, that delays it. Which means that with enough ping, you can use your burst before the energy gets consumed, and therefore consume the energy while you already have 0 energy, and effectively evade the taxes. Oh, I do. I'm actually blind. It's an Ascension passive! No! Wait, no. Wait, is it? Does he still consume energy without the Ascension passive? No, he doesn't. Okay, I can't show tax evasion. My bad. My bad. But I mean, I can still show it by looking at someone else's video, right? We have Bote's video still open. Yeah, look at burst icon and notice a slight delay in energy consumption. Burst is still a few frames after shooting. That's because they have 72 ping. On 20 ping, the burst icon appears after it's already consumed the energy, so it's not doable. I don't think it. Maybe it is doable, but it's frame perfect. But I don't know, man. With buffed burst, the burst still executes even if energy is drained after pressing it. With buffered burst, sorry. That's crazy. That's actually insane. Wait. Does that mean you can get Shimenawas without consuming the energy? Because it looks like it consumed the energy and then you use the burst without full energy, not the other way around. But I guess no Shimenawa users other than Amber has a skill that you can dash cancel like this. Right? Like, if I'm trying to think of other characters that could use Shimenawas if it didn't consume energy, Xiao can't dash cancel his skill like that. Ganyu can't dash cancel her skill like that because their skills make them move. Is there another character that I'm not thinking about right now? Shimenawa won't activate until it consumes the energy needed. Yeah, but if you look at this visually, right? You can see here, it did consume the Shimenawa's energy, but the burst is being activated from 25 energy. The energy is being consumed by Shimenawa's before it's consumed by the burst. Hutao's skill isn't dash cancelable. It's a very annoying thing. But also you don't care about using her burst. Especially not at the start of your rotation. Right? You can see the fucking delay between the usage and the first dash you can input. Dude, I swear, Amber tech is like actually so crazy. There's so much fucking like insane Amber tech that probably never would have been found if Amber wasn't as dogshit as she is. Now let's do it with Sethos. Shoot a charge attack, then immediately dash and press burst. And that's how you get it. We've seen C2 melt Amber tech. Turtle Camera has a great video on it. I mean, I've seen a lot of Amber tech. I don't know if I've seen the one you're talking about. Do you have a link? I'll take a look at it. She's Dungeon if Dungeon was bad. True! Does Dungeon actually have that much tech? Who is Dungeon? Dungeon is the free-to-play Wuthering Waves goat, basically. It's quite long. Yeah, that's 42 minutes. Oh boy. That's Furu's team, right? Although I don't know if I should call it Furu's team. I don't know if Furu's the first one who started playing this team. Maybe it's Turtle Camera's team, and Furu's just a dirty little copycat. If I remember correctly, no, but she's just really good at sewing. Yeah, like... I made the team, but he was playing since C2 and made his own rotation for C2, I see. Okay. Okay-ish business. But yeah, like... The thing about Wuwa's combat system is, like... There doesn't tend to be that much tech on characters outside of swap cancels. Because everything that's doable on the character is fucking written down in the 83 fucking wiki pages that you can find on their ability descriptions. Right? Like, it's not hidden tech, it's just what the character does, and the game tells you that they can do that. It's not like that anymore, really? Maybe I'm 1.0 pilled, honestly. Dungeon solo no-hit run versus level 100 fallacy hologram. No mouse and keyboard using dense pad, drum, guitar, 3-inch controller while one... Okay. Alright. Cool. Cool. But yeah, like, if I were to compare Dungeon to someone in Genshin, who would it even be? I don't think there's a character in Genshin. Genshin is a lot more dependent on teams than WoA is. Like, characters don't tend to have that much stuff in their kit that makes them function as a standalone unit. They tend to be a lot more reliant on your team building. Risley? I guess, yeah, she's kind of similar to Risley, but Risley if he was a 4-star that everyone got. But Risley doesn't have that much optimization in his combos. It's just N1 and C. Or like, it's just normals and charge attacks. But I guess Dungeon combos also are kind of straightforward. They're a bit less straightforward. I don't think there's any character you could like compare her to all that well. Actually, wait, you know what? There is. Dungeon is kind of like Ningguang. Where you have like high risk, high reward character. The thing about Dungeon is I don't think that her self HP consumption matters all that much. Unless they change the balance, stuff that kills you tends to kill you from full HP, so consuming your own HP doesn't really matter. Unless they release enemies that do less damage now. So that's how it was back when I played. Like, you'd get one shot if you got hit. Maybe in hologram, but not in tower. I mean, if there was an actual equivalent to holograms in Genshin, no one would use Abyss as a fucking indicator of character performance. I'm gonna be honest with you. Local legends? Don't say local legends. Buddy, please. But yeah, like, my perception of Dungeon back when I played was that her self HP consumption wasn't really that big of a deal. And the main thing about her is that she's a character that has pretty much 2 different buttons she can press and a few different ways she can change them together. Right? Like, her normal is like Ning's normals, her skill is like Ning's charge attacks, and then her forte is like Ning's skill and burst. That's pretty much how Dungeon works. That's probably the closest comparison to a Genshin character. It's far from perfect, because I don't think there's any character that's a perfect comparison to Dungeon, but for people who don't play WoW and want to understand the sort of character Dungeon is, you can think of it that way. With the additional thing that using her skill, the equivalent of Ning's charge attacks, consumes her HP, and using her forte, the equivalent of Ning's skill and burst, restores her HP back. However, unlike Ning, Dungeon is actually relatively decent. She's a character that has very consistent DPS. She doesn't really have uptime and downtime, which means that I guess that's kind of similar to Ning. She doesn't really have uptime and downtime. She has very consistent DPS, which means that she's one of the characters that gets punished the least by being played solo, which is why that, paired with the fact that she consumes her own HP, so she tends to be relatively fragile, makes her the go-to character for people that want to showcase how good they are at the game. They use Dungeon, go into a boss fight, and use solo Dungeon. Her parry bosses are also rather good, yeah. Because she's very good at triggering parries, it also means that, while you'll feel more scared because you're lower HP, it's also going to be easier to make sure you don't die from that lower HP compared to other characters. Yeah, although it's not 1.0 anymore, and apparently all the fucking carries they released after I quit also have really easy parry frames. But yeah, anyways. Yeah, I don't think we'll watch the whole thing, but we can watch a few of the important things. We'll watch the preface at least, because if there's disclaimers, we should watch them. By the way, chat, important thing for all of you watching, okay? Whenever a video has disclaimers, please be nice and actually read them. / listen to them. Don't skip disclaimers. Disclaimers tend to be important. It's fine if you, diagonal read it, right? If it's a paragraph and you just go through it really quickly to make sure that... But at least do that. Okay? Disclaimers tend to be important. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in the fucking video. What looks so uninteresting to me when it comes to character animations and effects. All the post 1.0 characters I've seen are so oversaturated on flight, dashes, teleports, slashes, etc., etc. I like Genshin's understated and comprehensible effects better. Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. I don't really agree with that personally. But I can understand why someone would. There's a lot of different things you can... There's a lot of different directions you can take when it comes to your, art direction in a game. Hua is definitely trying a lot more to make you feel like you're moving a lot, and that's not something Genshin does. An upside of it is that it feels more active, but a downside of it is that it clutters the screen and can end up making things a bit harder to understand. It's more mechanical. We're not talking about the actual function of the things right now. We're talking about the way that it looks visually. Alright, the chatter made the point that there was too much going on the screen for Wuwa for them. Personally, I don't think Wuwa has too much. It does definitely have more. So if that's not what you like, I can understand why you wouldn't like it. But personally, that's not something that bothers me with Wuwa. Alright, there are things that bother me with Wuwa, don't get me wrong. There's a reason why I play Genshin and I don't play Wuwa. But specifically when it comes to visual clutter, I don't really hate the way Wuwa does it. Genshin tends to be less cluttered visually, but when it is cluttered visually, it's not ready for it. There's a reason why people complained about Kazuha's burst a lot when he came out. Like, when things feel cluttered in Genshin, it feels awful. Enemy designs in WoWA are done with the like knowledge that things are going to be cluttered on your screen, which means that attacks tend to be more visually noticeable, right? It's not necessarily that they're going to be more telegraphed, but that there's going to be more contrast in the way they're telegraphed. Visually, it will be easier to notice, even if the cues are the same, right? It's part of why the parry circle is white. Because the general atmosphere in WoWA uses very dark colors. And so a white circle is massive contrast to it, and makes it easy to notice. But yeah, like I don't necessarily think that Genshin should have more things going on the screen. Personally, I don't really care that much either way. But it's very noticeable when there are a lot of things going in the screen that Hoyo isn't trying for that, and that they're not ready for it either. I just wish every weapon type can parry in WoWA. I'm pretty sure every weapon type can parry in WoWA, it's just that not every attack can parry. And some weapon types have less attacks that can parry. I don't think there's a single character that can't parry with any of their attacks. Maybe I'm wrong about that, though. Mortify? Does Mortify not have a single attack that can parry? Huh. Maybe I'm Cornge then. I guess I'm Cornge. I'm gonna be honest, I forgot guns were a weapon type. I was thinking about, like, rectifiers? Is that what you call them? I was thinking about rectifiers that are, like, for which it tends to be harder to parry, and I was like, no, but they can still do it. No, yeah. I guess I guess gun characters might not be able to. I wish Genshin did more with their parry mechanic, like Beto, Candace, etc. The biggest problem with that is, if you actually design a character that's based on their parry, you're gonna have pretty big problems that are gonna be similar to the problems you have with freeze carries. Characters designed around parries are really awful against enemies that don't attack you often enough to get parries. Even enemies that can kill you, a lot of them attack really slowly. The attacks that they send at you do a lot of damage, but they're slow. You won't be able to parry all that often. I do think, though, Skirk could be a parry-based carry. Because if you want to make a parry-based carry that doesn't feel awful, you'd have to give them more than one gameplay option. They can't only be focused around their parry. And so, with the prediction that I had of Skirk most likely having at least 2 gameplay options, 2 different stances, because her set gives both burst and normal damage, but only one of them at a time, I think it would make a lot of sense if one of those stances was a parry stance, Because then you can make... Because otherwise, I feel like you'd end up with one of the stances just being stronger than the other, and it would kind of be boring, because that's just the one you should play. But if one of them is a parry-focused stance, then it can be better without it being the only one you use, right? If it's a parry-focused stance, you'll use it against aggressive enemies, but you can't use it against non-aggressive enemies. So you could use something like that to make a parry-focused character function in Genshin's combat. Wait, you know what? I actually think that might be likely. It's more than possible. I think that would be one of the likely directions. Because that's the first design idea that I've had that would actually justify Skirk's set being the way that it is for a reason other than novelty. Right? Because all the other reasons, like even if you give her two different playstyles, there's no reason why the set would have to be that way outside of basically make two characters in one. But make two characters in one is kind of boring if both characters are good and can work in the same situations, right? You know what? I'm actually gonna tweet about this. Let me open... is it on HomeDG Cat? Artifacts. Actually, no. This format is too big. It's too large horizontally. Too wide. Okay. I have had a revelation. One of the best possible motivations for Hoyo to design a character with multiple viable playstyles is to make a parry-focused carry that doesn't feel awful against non-aggressive... That's not how you write aggressive, there's two G's. Enemies. Skirk will have a parry. Mark my words. Uncle Zaju has visited us. Yes, sir. If you would have a parry, what's the reason for the normal attack bonus? I would expect it to, like, basically you'd have two stances, one that does burst damage, one that does normal attack damage. One of those stances is parry focused. And you only enter that stance when you're against aggressive enemies. When you're against non-aggressive enemies, you enter the other stance that isn't parry focused. Did you get the sticker on Pareidolia? I did. I did it first run after I ended stream. What if the burst is a parry and she doesn't have a real burst? I mean, that would make a lot of sense. That would make a lot of sense. If she doesn't have burst cost, it could be because she doesn't have, she doesn't have a burst animation either. It could be because her burst button is just a parry. Trolling Twitter on stream? Yeah. Usually it's kind of safe, but recently, I went to my notifications, and I saw a check mark in my likes, and I was like, I wonder if this is a person who bought Twitter Blue, or if this is, like, someone who actually has a following. And I clicked on their name, and they write gay erotic manga, and their page was just like a whole lot of fucking naked men with their cocks out. And I was like, oh, yeah, maybe I should be a little bit more careful opening Twitter on stream then, huh? Username? I don't remember it, I'm sorry. Did you do all the challenge X in Balatro? Yeah, I did them a while ago. Wouldn't a parry-based character be a better way to make physical interesting rather than annoying cryo-damaging character? I mean, for the physical skirt copers, this set doesn't give that much cryo damage. So technically, maybe the parries are cryo, but the non-parry gameplay is physical. Who knows? Cope overdose with that one? Yeah, I think it is. I think it is cope overdose. Last time we had a parry was Beto. That's not true. Who was the last parry character? Candace was released after Yunjin, right? Or before. I don't actually know. Yeah, she was. Was Candace the last one? I think so, right? I forgot Candace has a parry, yeah. Candace probably has the worst parry in the game.
What's wrong?
It's not like there's a lot of parries in the game, but out of the three we have, Candace is the worst one. Like, she does have a con that makes it less bad, right? I think it's C4, yeah. But it's like, this doesn't parry unless you hold it. And it has a longer cooldown than the base one for some fucking reason. What's its energy generation? I don't actually remember. It should be on the TCL, though. It's one more particle, at least. That's like the one upside. It's one more particle. But there's also the fact that the animation is longer. And the AoE, instead of being, like, properly in front of you like this, it's like in a circle. So sometimes it just doesn't hit the enemy. But like, the other parries with Yunjin and Beidou, there's no reason not to get them if you can get them, right? Whereas with Candace, it's so bad that sometimes it's worse than the default one. Why is chat spamming blah? Wouldn't it make more sense if it was skill damage then instead of burst? Yes and no. The set specifically mentions the condition of the character not having energy, which is just not going to work on normal bursts, since
Most important, no matter what it takes.
so many things generate particles and normal attacks generate flat energy. A tiny bit of flat energy. So her burst will be... What's a word with a positive connotation that's synonymous to abnormal?
The thunder.
Unique doesn't work.
Does it scare you?
Special is too vague. I need another one. I know the word exists. Unusual. Unusual isn't the positive connotation, but that is the word I was looking for, yes. Just call it similar to Mawika. Here's the problem with similar to Mawika. Similar to Mawika. Ah! Too many characters. I love Twitter. I also love Twitter. It's also, it also doesn't necessarily need to have a cost at all, right? Like, Mawika has a fighting spirit cost, which is just energy with a different name, right? But her burst button could straight up not be a burst. Like, it could be... that the burst just does something different. I kind of like how Veresa's Q2 isn't really a burst. Like, it costs energy, but it's just a plunge attack with a plunge attack animation that looks like a plunge attack. Right? Yeah, it's kind of just another skill where you press Q. With Veresa, it costs energy, but if it didn't cost energy, it would still function the same way, right?
Yeah, let's get...
Skill is stance switch, burst is parry and buffs, normals are normals, true. The problem with something like that is that if that is how she works, that means that she doesn't fucking do anything in her normal stance. Like, she's just doing normal attacks and that's it, which might feel a bit too boring. So I kind of doubt it. Can you have the same movement if you E sideways instead? Yes. Yes, you can. But it's the same issue E-ing sideways or backwards. And the problem isn't that it's not possible, is that it changes how you have to play, which adds a layer of clunk, right? Like, the fact that her skill is movement by default is actually kind of annoying. Because very often, the skill's movement is gonna make it so that you fuck yourself up in AoE scenarios. Like, let me show you what I mean. I'm used to Eing sideways because I don't want to get interrupted. Yeah, I feel like Cloud players kind of got used to Eing sideways because of fucking Yumkasor. Yumkasor fucking throwing you up in the air when you E into his hitbox. So fucking cringe. But yeah, I've like found myself getting annoyed very often at the fact that Clemens E makes her move forwards, because it kind of fucks over your AoE sometimes. Like, the fact that you move forward makes it so that you will go from a position where you're hitting all of them to a position where you might not be hitting all of them, which is kind of annoying. And it's something that technically doesn't necessarily need to be an issue, but in practice, often is for me. And you go sideways, that'll make it even worse. Like, the best way to maintain your AoE is to be here, attack them, go through, and then like this. But even then, if you're at like ever so slightly the wrong angle, you'll attack like this instead, and it's gonna hit that way, and it's not gonna hit all of them. I'm lost. Why are we gonna need to dash backwards? With the IANSAN, in order to keep high Nightsoul, you need to move. And with Clorind, movement doesn't always happen when you use her skill to dash. Because if you collide with enemy hitboxes and the enemy's hitbox is too big for you to go through, you just don't go through it. Which means that against heavy enemies, so pretty much all the bosses and some of the heavy enemies, like Ruin Guards for example, you'll need to intentionally dash sideways or backwards, otherwise you won't move with your dash, and if you don't move, you don't generate Night Soul for IANSAN. All of that being said, though, IANSAN is probably going to be an upgrade to Clorind's teams compared to Bennett, even if you don't have good Night Soul uptime. The question is she an upgrade to Sarah without good Night Soul uptime? And that's going to depend on how scuffed you want to go with your Sarah rotations. Then the leaker said that IANSAN records expected movement and not actual ones. Where did you see that? I haven't seen that anywhere. It's on the Reddit? Where? Do you have a link? If you have a link, I'll take a look at it. If that's true, that's really nice. I don't have C6 Sarah, so she will be. True, actually. But yeah, one of the unfortunate things is that IANSAN probably won't be very... IANSAN C6 probably won't really do anything for Clorind. Which paragraph is it? One? It's not what it's... It doesn't say expected movement anywhere in the first paragraph, so that's wrong. Why do we call leakers uncles? I'm not entirely sure. I think it's like, I think it's a relic of Chinese culture. It's like uncle something is a respectful way of referring to. Oh no, it's not it's about the joke my uncle works for Nintendo. I see. Never mind then. That's funny then. Even if your character is literally standing, that's not what that means. What that means is that even if your character is standing there, technically what they're doing is so that and that movement is counted, just not for a lot. That's different from using a movement ability and not moving a lot from it because you collided with a hitbox, right? What I'm saying here is that if you're against a big-ass enemy on Klein and use your E and you just move like this and then get knocked back a little bit, right? You get twice that distance of movement, right? So you get like this amount of movement. Whereas if you're attacking them from here, you get this whole thing of movement. And then if you E backwards, you get it again on the next E. And then again, and then again, and then again. Right?
Quick, let's get to lower ground.
And I don't think that post says otherwise. Does Mawika old count since he jumps high? Yeah. From what I understand, Mawika is like the character that generates by far the most Night Soul for IANSAN, and it's not even close. Both her burst and her spin are like insane Night Soul generation. Although technically maybe characters like Katsing and Klein have just their burst might generate a lot as well. I haven't seen, because I don't know exactly how the character model is coded during those bursts. Kaniche? The thing is, Kaniche is like moves a lot slower than Mawika. Every character moves a lot slower than Mawika. You gotta understand, okay? Mawika does like more than one spin per second. Right? She does more than one spin per second. And each spin is fucking 3 times the diameter of the circle. She moves like fucking over 15 units per second while she's driving. Pi equals 3 confirmed? Shut up. It's actually a lot more than that, right? The diameter of this circle is a lot more than 5. This is like a radius 5. So she moves like fucking 25 plus units of distance per second. Does the spin really count? Apparently it does, yeah. Will shave again? I'm not planning on it. I think I look better with a beard. I'll just let it grow back properly. Stash only? I don't think I look good like that. What does IANSAN do? Have you not looked at any of the leaker stuff yet? IANSAN is kind of like Dark Bennett. As in like, you know, like Dark Biden? Where it's like the evil Biden that's gotta be racist. I realized as the words exited my mouth that it could be interpreted that way, and I was like, okay, I need to explain this. I need to contextualize this. Like, that's not what I meant, okay? It's like the, it's like Dark Brandon, yeah. Like I meant it that way, okay? I meant it that way. That's how, I'm sorry. But, basically, you know how Bennett gives an attack buff that's conditional on you staying in the circle? She gives an attack buff that's conditional on you not staying in the circle. Her attack buff is conditional on you moving a lot.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, and the Prinzessin de
She's the anti-Bennett, yeah. Bro could have said reverse Bennett. But the Dark Brandon joke is so funny. And I wanted to make that joke. And I forgot. I forgot, okay? I forgot about racism. I forgot racism was a thing, man. I had a momentary lapse in judgment. Okay? At least it wasn't severe and continuous. At least. At least. Average white guy. Alright, man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Negative Bennett? See, that doesn't work because a negative Joker doesn't do the opposite of what the Joker does. It just gives you one more Joker slot. And she doesn't give you one more Joker slot. And I don't think she does anything that could be paralleled as giving you one more Joker slot. I guess technically... Technically, she frees up Shilonen for your other side. Which is something that you could say is similar to the effect of a negative Joker in Balatro. Kind of. Rip Zajef77, see you guys on Zajef78. Man. Will you revive Zajef77? Maybe. Who knows? I've been liking streaming Balatro lately. Maybe I should do it on Zajef instead of on the main channel. So she's free for the other slot, but the other slot has Kazuha? Yeah, but the other slot doesn't want Kazuha. It uses Kazuha because Shilonen's busy. If it wanted Kazuha, it would want Sucrose more. Be honest with yourself. True! Okay, I'm actually curious, chat. Can we come up with one team that wants Kazuha more than Shilonen, and where Kazuha is actually better than Sucrose? I guess teams that care about the grouping, you could say. But, like, outside of wanting the grouping, is there a team like that? International? See, the thing about International is, like, if it wasn't for Kazuha's grouping, I think Sucrose would generally be better. Sucrose is really underrated in International. No, Gashal does damage too. Yeah, but half his damage is fucking reaction damage. Like, you gotta understand, for reaction damage, Sucrose gives a buff that's about as good, if not better, than Kazuha's. But then on top of that, she has TTDS. So that reaction buff applies to all of Xiangling's damage and half of Child's damage, and the TTDS also applies to all of Xiangling's damage. One problem about Sucrose and Internet is stamina. True, actually. But you shouldn't be playing International outside of speedruns, and speedruns don't need to be stamina positive in their rotations because you shouldn't be doing more than 1 or 2 rotations. So it's fine if you run out of stamina. But like, the investment breakpoints required to 1-rotate content are lower with Sucrose than they are with Kazuha in International. I do think that Kazuha is better in International overall, but I don't think he's better enough that it's that big of a deal. I'd say you're pretty much always better off going for a 5-star weapon on Xiangling or Child with Sucrose versus going for Kazuha instead of Sucrose. Like, 2 cost. Honestly, probably 3 cost as well. 2 and 3 cost speedruns for International are probably better without Kazuha. Yeah. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a minute, don't worry. Why go for a 4-star on Xiangling when the catch exists? In International specifically, because Engulfing is really nice. Or Staff of Scarlet Sands. Engulfing is really nice for International casual gameplay. Because it punishes you less for going more ER, and more ER makes your clears a lot more comfortable. And Staff of Scarlet Sands is really good for speedruns, because you get a lot of EM. Scarlet on Xiangling is good. It's not great, because you can't get all the fucking stacks on it. Right? When an elemental skill hits an opponent, but this only applies on field, so you can't get all the stacks on it. But you generally do get 1 stack. Because Xiangling snapshots her buffs at the end of the burst animation, not at the start. So as long as you get 1 Goba hit while you're using your burst, you'll get at least 1 stack. Which means that you get 80% of your EM as bonus attack. But when you're going for... Right, because it's 52 plus 28, right, which is 80. But when you're going for a high investment, like, speedrun on Xiangling, if you don't need to build a lot of ER, you end up getting a lot of EM, because you build EM Sands and she has EM Ascension, and EM becomes a very good substats, especially with this. So this passive is giving you, like, 400 attack, which is kind of good, actually. And then on top of that, it's a low base attack, high substat crit weapon, which is the ideal stat line for a Bennett carry. So it's ideal stat line and really good passive, which makes it just a pretty massive stat stick. Right? The problem is that for general gameplay, catch is also an insane stat stick. And you often are going to run ER Sands if you're not running catch, which means you get a lot less out of this passive. But for just one rotate breakpoints if you don't care as much about ER and you're just trying to speedrun one chamber. This shit is really good. By the way, I don't actually know about this. Does this work with Sucrose buff? No? Only with a flat 50? Okay. That's what I thought. That's unfortunate. Tragedy. But yeah, like a default Staff of Scarlet Sands build on Changeling, right? The amount of EM you'll have is 96 from Ascension. Is it 96 point something? I don't actually know if there's decimals to 4-star EM Ascension. I know 5-star is 115.2. Is there a decimal here? I don't think so. Plus your sands, if you're using Sucrose, plus 50, plus Instructor, right? That's with literally 0 EM substats, is 450 EM. Realistically, you get a bit of EM substats, and specifically with... Oh, I closed the page, right? Specifically with Staff of Scarlet Sands, EM substats are better than usual, so you might get a bit more than usual. On a, like, proper good build Changeling, you'll likely get at least 100 in substats, right? Changeling is one of the characters that's the easiest to get to, like, really high investment, because she's one of the characters that has the most different amount of stats that are good for her. Right? It's, on average, much easier to get a 40 plus rolls Changeling build than pretty much any other character in the game. The only other one where it's similar is like Gumming. I can't think of anyone else off the top of my head. Is there anyone else? Molani? The thing is, Molani doesn't really care about ER. Like, ER isn't a wasted stat on her, but she's not burst reliant. Because you generally don't get enough ER to burst every rotation, and you generally don't need any ER to burst every other rotation. So, ER rolls are kind of just comfort rolls on her. But EM and HP on her are a lot better of subs compared to attack and EM. I guess that's fair. Personally, I always play Molani with either Nahida or Sucrose. So EM rolls aren't really better on her than they are on Changeling. But HP rolls are a lot better than attack rolls on Changeling. That's fair. But yeah, like, I'm actually curious. Is Changeling on Akasha? Is there Changeling leaderboards on Akasha? There are. Okay, cool. Let's take a look at what percentage of builds on catch, sure, when they start having less than 40 useful rolls. I guess technically... Okay, so here, on the first page, we're still at 40, of course. There might be 1 or 2 39s here, but... Second page, we got 38, 40, we're still getting some 40s. 40s still. 39, 40s. 36, 39, 39, 39, 39, 39, 37, 40, 41, 41. This one should have 38, 41. Generally, the ones with lower crit value here tend to have more total rolls. Because if they have lower CV, it means they need to have more total rolls. 41. 41. 40. 38. 42. We're like over 200 people in and we're still getting a bunch of 40 plus rolls filled, right? I'm not gonna go all the way, but I just want to compare that to other characters. Do we look at Farina? I think they count ER as a useful role, right? For Farina? Do they only have Farina out, like, oh. They don't have an actual normal Farina build rotation, but, like, that's fine, I guess. We can still take a look at that. Okay, so the highest build is 42 here. First page already has some sub 40. Multiple sub 40, actually. Seems like more than half of them have less than 40 rolls. Well, like, that makes sense. Because the only rolls they count as useful rolls for Farina are crit, HP, and ER. And you can't get an HP substat on an HP main stat. Which means you can at most get 8 rolls on your Sands and your HP Goblet and your crit Circlet. Right? So your literal upper limit is 42. Technically 43 if you go Hydro Goblet and you roll HP percent on that Hydro Goblet. Right? A perfect build has 43 useful rolls. Not only are you less likely to get 43, but your upper limit is also lower. Right? All of that to say, unlocking more useful substats is always really, really valuable when it comes to high investment clears. But it's also useful for low investment clears. But it's part of why I don't love the KQM standard, right? It's because a lot of these things, right? A lot of these builds that have really high roll value and a really high total amount of rolls, but less crit rolls, right? These builds are better than the builds that are below them that have more crit rolls. And these things happen pretty often, where you get more total rolls on a build that's as good as builds that have less total rolls. And that happens more when you have multiple different useful stats, which means that KQM standard, what it does is effectively each additional useful stat gives you a total of 2 more rolls. But in practice, I've found that it tends to be more than that. Especially on characters that where those additional rolls are almost as good or better than crit. it makes it so that getting more of those rolls isn't worse than getting more crit. And because you now have more different rolls you're happy to roll into, your average artifact quality goes up with the same amount of resin investment. Honestly, that's the reason why my Hu Tao build is fucking top 0.6%. Because I actually fucking understand that crit isn't the only useful role for her, and I actually give her artifacts that are good on her. Right? There's not a lot of people that would... Let me find Hu Tao. There's not a lot of people that would keep leveling this flower after it rolled the M 3 times. Right? It rolled into crit a single time. But this is an amazing fucking artifact for Hu Tao. And so is this one, actually. I have two amazing Hu Tao flowers. But if it wasn't for her ability to scale with HP and EM, my best flower would be like this. Which is 2 less rolls. Right? And you got this as well, right? Like, this is a 9 roller. And like, yeah, attack percent and HP percent aren't as good as EM, but they're still not bad. A lot of people will dismiss that as, well, it rolled into attack, that's not that good. But like, this is good. Educational flexing, exactly. Like, same for a piece like this. This is fucking insane. But I think a lot of people would know that. Like, I don't think you need to be a genius to know this is good. So that one maybe doesn't make the point. And then, this isn't the goblet she's supposed to be on. She's just on this because I can't be bothered because I don't have enough pyro goblets. And then, she's also on the wrong here. She's supposed to be on this, but whatever. But like, the reason why my Hu Tao is top 0.1%, but none of my other Maréchal characters are there, is because a lot of people that play Hu Tao don't use the optimizer and don't... Even if they do use the optimizer, they'll see pieces like that start off like this, that roll into EM twice and then into HP, then it's a plus 12 that didn't roll into a crit a single time, and they'll be like, I don't want to keep leveling this. If they leveled it and it rolled into HP 2 more times and they put it in the optimizer, it would be their best piece, but they don't realize that. They get disappointed by the fact it didn't roll in crit, and they stop leveling it. So sometimes even people that use the optimizer don't end up making the most out of their pieces like that. What weapon is she on? It depends. Right now, well, okay. Right now, generally, she's supposed to be on Dragon's Bane. But depending on which specific setup I give her, because technically I'm on 5-piece right now, so I can swap whichever piece I want. Her best weapon can change between Dragon's Bane, Deathmatch, or Jadewing Spear. Yeah, we don't talk about the Jadewing Spear, okay? Listen. Listen, okay? You don't understand, okay? Listen, alright? I have too much crit for Deathmatch on my best Maréchal build. But if I'm using Xilonen instead of Xianyun, I have a lot of EM, and I don't have external pseudo attack buffs from Xianyun anymore. Which makes Dragon's Bane a little worse. And so I end up being, it ends up being slightly better on Jadewing Spear. Okay? And it's kind of tragic. Okay? You see a Jade Wing Spear Hu Tao and you're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But, like, it is actually optimal on some of my builds. Aware. But yeah, it's mostly because of this feather. It has so much crit rate, and I guess the sands as well. Like, my good Hu Tao pieces are so skewed towards crit rate that it makes deathmatch a lot worse. Because I'm on Marital say as well. Didn't J-Stern once optimize your account like 2 years ago? Yeah. At the time he got that my best Hu Tao build was 2-piece, 2-piece. But that was before I got my Marital say. Was that even after Fontaine? Was that even after Farina release? I don't know. But my best non-Farina Hu Tao build is 2-piece, 2-piece. Actually, it might not be 2-piece, 2-piece anymore. Because I got some insane Crimson Witch pieces from building my Gumming. Like, this I already had at the time. It's really good. My feathers got an upgrade. This used to be my best one. I think this is better. Though I got an upgrade on this as well. That's not really an upgrade. Oh, actually, other big upgrade is the fact that I got a good crit damage circlet. It's not as good on her as it is on Gaming. But one of my biggest issues back then was the fact that on my Crimson Witch, I didn't have a single crit damage circlet. And I didn't have a good goblet. So if I wanted to go 4-piece Crimson Witch, I also didn't have a fucking EM Sands. Yeah, so if I wanted to go 4-piece Crimson Witch, I had to use a bad goblet and a crit rate circlet. But because my best weapon for those teams was Deathmatch, I had a fucking 1-to-1 ratio. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what my best build is right now. It might be this. On... With Shilonen, I think it's this. I'm still a little overcapped. Can I not be overcapped? Yeah, if I use this, I think I'm overcapped by like 1%. 0.8%. I think this is my best build in Shilonen Farina teams. Why don't we play her? Fuck it. Maybe playing Hu Tao in AoE isn't a great idea, but that's fine. That's fine. It won't be that bad. I gotta be honest though. There is no fucking shot I'm playing Yelan instead of Singto in this Abyss. No fucking thank you. Not against the fucking Aramite Soup and Hydro Rogues. No fucking shot. Why not second half? Because I don't want to play against Swanee without a cryo. Just in general. It's just such an unpleasant experience. Yeah, it's not the best build, but it'll do. I can probably get away with Festering, but I kind of can't be bothered. Just kill Swanussy before he infuses. For real, for real. True. You try to remelt since all the enemies are freezable? You mean on the first side? I guess I could. The problem with Vape Melt Hu Tao is that Marie-José is really fucking good. Like, that's the biggest problem, right? The gap between Marie-José and her other set options are pretty big, which means that Farina helps her a lot more than she helps characters that have good artifact sets, a bit like Klee, right? And because of that, playing a team without Farina actually hurts her damage, because you gotta go for a worse artifact set. But Farina by herself isn't enough Hydro for Vape Melt, which means you need to still play double Hydro, but in a team like this, you don't have a healer, right? So you don't enable Marie-José properly. So realistically, you kind of end up playing double Hydro without Farina, but then your set bonus is a lot worse. And especially for me, because I have a really good Marie-José build, and my build on other sets isn't as good. It's a pretty big difference. Proto Amber, true. Side of ATF, Kazuha topside, not gonna lie. Yeah, I did it. It's pretty fun, but I'm gonna be honest. I think Air Fryer is better than the Electro teams for first side in this Abyss. At least for Chambers 1 and 2. Yeah, honestly, a big reason for that is that the Berserkers having Pyro Torches means that you end up getting a Pyro-infused Kazuha or Venti Burst, and then you stop getting TF Procs, which is really annoying. Makes sense, my Farina is C2, so I can just skip healing and accept 37 damage bonus. The problem with that is that you don't get Marie-José anymore. Right? Like, you'll get Marie-José on your first rotation, but from your second rotation onwards, Hu Tao isn't at 50% HP, so she's not getting Marie-José stuff. Is Nilo good first half? Yeah, she's pretty good. You do if you burst every rotation on Hu Tao. Yeah, but you don't want to have to build the R on Hu Tao. You know? Is P-Ember enough? No, because even with P-Ember healing... I guess it could be, actually. Maybe it is, actually. Like, you won't get your Marie-José stacks from Farina, but you will get them from the Proto Amber, right? Because you don't just get stacks from losing HP, you also get stacks from gaining HP. So you'll get those stacks. You'll start with 2 stacks, then you'll have 3 stacks for a bit of time, and then by the end you'll lose your stacks. Well, you should average like 2 stacks-ish, most likely. Because, like, past second rotation, actually, probably past first rotation already, you won't be healing above 50% from Proto Amber. 2 stack of Jose is still probably her best set. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It probably still is her best set. But you still have the problem of, like, see, Lally isn't actually buffing Farina's damage because, yeah, you get the Hydro Shred, but Farina isn't consuming HP for her thing anymore. So she's doing like 30% less damage to begin with, right? And the Hydro Shred isn't enough to make up for it. Hydro Shred plus damage bonus from Cinder City is probably kind of breaking even, but Shilonen also has Cinder City, so yeah. And you're also gonna get a lot less fanfare, right? But you're melting? Yeah, so it should still be fine against these sorts of enemies. With Singto, you should be able to reliably not lose reactions. The biggest problem with a team like this, if you're using Yelan, is I'm not sure. If you do, wait, I don't remember about this. I gotta double check. If you do, okay, you always get it at least. I guess you won't be able to do N2C with this. If you do N2C, I mean, you might still lose some vapes. Because a Frozen Aura can only sustain one melt if it's generated by these characters. Right? And unless you also have an underlying aura, that means that if you apply Pyro twice in a row, the second Pyro won't react. And because Hu Tao Pyro app is inconsistent because of Blood Blossom, you will most definitely encounter situations where you lose a reaction because of this. I don't think that will happen with Singto, because orbitals should help you pretty much always maintain underlying Hydro. But with Yelan, it's probably possible not to miss a vape, but not reliable. Does Yelan's personal damage boosted by Silali alleviate missing a burn? I assume you mean a vape. I mean, yeah, but the biggest reason why you use Yelan in that team over Singto is because she has more personal damage and boosts your damage. But, like, if that's not the case anymore, because you lose team DPS from the fact you're losing reactions, and instead of giving you more than Singto, now she just breaks even, why aren't you playing the unit that gives you an insane amount of defensive utility and makes it impossible for you to die? Right? What about Sinzopia Salon? I mean, it's good, but the problem is that Hu Tao's set options fucking suck. So if you don't get Marie Chaussee, it's a pretty big nerf to her damage. The main reason why you want Farina is because of Marie Chaussee. Like, the fanfare is good, don't get me wrong, but Marie Chaussee is better. Has to be Crimson Witch in that case. Crimson Witch or Shimenawa's, they're both fine. And, like, you could go P-Amber Seat Lolly with Marie Chaussee. And you'd probably average about 2 stacks as well. But then you don't get TDDS. And it's not like TDDS is good in this team, but it's not bad either. It's not a major attack boost on Hu Tao, and Hu Tao already has a lot of attack. But it is doing something, right? And so if you go P-Amber, you lose that. Yolong could use the energy and go signature weapon with Piamber Seed Lolly. Piamber doesn't generate energy for the rest of your team, only for the wearer. Anyways, let's actually do a fucking clear. I've been fucking yapping about Hu Tao teams for 20 fucking minutes. How cope is Hu Tao Sing So Yolong Changling with Lithic? It's pretty good, actually. Lithic is a really interesting weapon because the refines on it don't work like other weapons. Most weapons, right, when you refine them, their effect goes up by 25% per refine. And the difference between R1 and R5 is that the effect is doubled, right? So this goes up by 4%. At R5, it'll be 32. That's how most weapons work. Then you have a few exceptions where instead of going up by 25%, it goes up by a different amount. So Dragon's Bane, for example, goes up by 20% instead of 25%. And at R5, it's 36, which is not double 20, it's a bit less. But it's still linear. Lithic has two different effects that go up with refines. And both of them go up by 1% per refine. That means that the attack goes from 7% at R1 to 11 at R4, or at R5. Right? Which is like plus 50, plus 60%. Ish. But the crit goes from 3 to 7, which is more than double. If you go for a team that has 4 Liyue characters, that's 7 crit times 4. Which is 28% crit. Which is as much as what Serpent Spine gives you. That's as much as a mid-base attack 4-star weapon provides as crit. It's a bit less than Deathmatch, because Deathmatch is a low base attack. But it also provides you 44% attack plus 20.3% attack and higher base attack. And while Hu Tao doesn't love attack, attack isn't a bad stat on her either. And so it does actually end up being better. I don't remember how it compares to Sig. If I remember correctly, it's actually pretty similar. I think it's better than Homa above 50%. But worse than Homa below 50%. We can take a look. I lied, chat. We're not going in Abyss yet. You know what? Usually I just fucking do this automatically, but I might as well explain it while I'm doing it. Because I know it's been a while since the last time I explained it as I did it. Hu Tao is not an HP scaler. She's an attack scaler with an HP conversion, right? There's a difference between those two. Characters like Neuvillette don't gain anything from attack percent, unless you're doing fucking normal attack or plunge attack spam on him. Because his abilities scale directly with his HP. Hu Tao's abilities do not scale directly with her HP. When they do, if you go in skill attributes here, the motion value will say percentage of HP. Right? If you go to Neuvillette, that's what it says. Or Molani, that's what it says, right? Percentage max HP. However, Hu Tao's skill increases your attack based on your HP. But that means that her attack still matters, right? 6.2% of max HP, without any sort of HP substats, or main stats, from the fact that her base HP is 15k, that plus a flower is 20k, right? So at minimum, this is giving you 13-ish hundred attack. Which is more than a Bennett buff. At maximum, it can go upwards of like 2,000 plus. The thing is, because she's a reaction carry, there's a lot of situations where EM Sense is better than HP Sense. And that means that her total HP will often be a lot less than 30k. Closer to 25-ish k. If you're not getting HP from your weapon. So because of that, you can think of Hu Tao as an HP scaler that, or sorry, as an attack scaler that in her base kit has an attack buff that's already a Bennett and a half. For the same reason why IANSAN is good with Bennett and Maoika's teams, Bennett is still good in Hu Tao's teams, because, well, even with a Bennett buff, another Bennett buff is kind of good, you know? It's still pretty useful. But that's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about Lithic in 4 Leo teams, right? But Lithic gives you a lot of attack percent. Now, Hu Tao's base attack is really low. Is it the lowest in the game? It was the lowest in the game when she came out. I don't know if it still is. They might have another carry or another character that has less attack than that. It's still the lowest? Okay, cool. Citlali has lower? I don't think that's true. That can't be true. That's not true. 127. It is fucking low, though. That's true.
Toodaloo.
Damn, I forgot how low that was. That's crazy. Anyways, Hu Tao's 106. Because her base attack is so low, if you're gonna get attack percent, you'd rather have a weapon that has high base attack than low. Obviously, you'd rather have a low base attack weapon with a non-attack substat. But if you're gonna have an attack substat either way, you'd rather it be high base attack, low substat. Which is the case for Lithic Spear. It's high base attack, low substat. That's already one nice thing going for Lithic, right? Anyways, 565 base. We're gonna have Lithic, we're gonna have Deathmatch, we're gonna have Homa above 50 and Homa below 50. I guess we can have D-Bane as well. Anyways, Deathmatch is 454 base. Homa is 608 base. And D-Bane is also 454 base. Jadewing Spear, we're not looking at Jadewing Spear. Jadewing Spear is Zajef Cope, okay? Ballad of the Fjords, I guess we should look at that as well. I forgot, Ballad of the Fjords is a really good weapon. So I guess it does make Lithic a bit less recommendable. Because it makes her 4-star options much more competitive. It has a worse stat line than Deathmatch, but it has a much better effect. Anyways. Attack percent. I guess let's start with D-Bane, because that doesn't have any external attack buffs. So you were talking about the team with Shangling. We're not going to assume that you pick up the Pepper for now, because... yeah. That's kind of... yeah. So, you have 25% from Resonance. Attack percent isn't a great subset, but it's not useless either. So I think I'll assume 2 rolls. course he doesn't mention Black Tassel. Okay, dude. You want me to include Black Tassel against slimes so that it can fucking body Homa? Is that really what you want? We're still waiting for the slime boss, by the way. Anyways. What other sources of attack do you get in a team like this? You won't necessarily get anything else, actually. I guess that's it. Power Res, it's already there. It's just Power Res and substats, and then maybe Guava buff. Then Deathmat gets 24%, and Lithic gets 27.6 and 44. Noblesse from Singto. I guess that's the optimal set, that's fair. But I think a lot of people don't use Noblesse on Singto in a team like this. I mean, I guess we can still add it, because it is better. Yeah, let me make cam a bit smaller so you guys can see properly. Alright. Alright. Then the amount of flat attack that you get is going to depend on her HP, and because her HP won't be the same with all of these weapons, we'll have to do it case by case. So, let's look at her HP. Base HP, HP percent, flat HP, total HP. Base HP is what, 15,551, I think? 554? 552. HP percent. Here you gotta choose between HP Sens and EM Sens, right? Generally, in a team like this, EM Sens will be better. But you might end up losing some vapes because of channeling, and so it won't necessarily be better. I would still go EM Sens, but it's up to you for this one. But for now, let's look at EM Sens. 187 plus... Or sorry, we're not looking at the EM, we're looking at the HP. But EM Sens means we get less HP. So, HP percent is more favorable than attack percent in substats, so you'll probably get about 4 rolls. You get HP, or you get Hydro Resonance. I think that's it. There's no other external HP buffs, right? I don't think there are. And then with Homa, you get an additional 20%. Flat HP. Flowers 4.8k. One roll of flat HP makes it 5k. This is generally what I assume. Total HP. Two Hydro characters increase HP. Yeah, they changed Hydro Resonance and... Was it early Fontaine, I think? Or a bit before Fontaine came out? I don't remember. In 3.0. It wasn't 3.0? In 2.8? Wow, that was a long time ago, huh? Anyways, they changed HP Resonance from healing bonus to HP percent. When you go HP Sands with Dragon's Bane, you might. I'll look at both, just in case. Anyways, now we can look at our flat attack. So generally, I assume 350 base flat attack from Feather plus about 2 flat attack rolls. Technically, for Hutao, it'd be better to have 1 flat attack roll and 2 HP rolls, but but I like using round numbers. I don't want to use 330 and 5200 because it looks worse, and fuck you. Anyways, so that's the base amount, but we also get the amount from skill. Now, if you're a Hu Tao main, you're gonna crown it, so we're gonna use the conversion from talent level 10 rather than 9. So plus 6.26% of her HP. Right? But then on top of that, with Homa, you also get additional attack based on your HP. Right? Above 50%, it's 0.8%, and below, it's 1.8%. So, plus 0. I guess. Plus 0.8%. And plus 1.8%. That doesn't make sense. No, it does, right. I'm an idiot. I was like, why is the gap between Deathmatch and Homa bigger than the gap between Homa and Homa below 50? When 0.8 is smaller than 1, but I forgot that you also get the HP percent, and you get it on both of these. So I'm just an idiot. That makes sense. That's a really good amount. What the fuck? That's so good. Wait, that's so good. Chat. This might be the very first time ever that Twitch user Peepoga Clap has contributed something positive to a stream. Can I get a pog thank you, Peepoga Clap? True, not gonna lie. You should see him in Limbo Shot. Don't worry, I do. Anyways, then your total attack is just gonna be your this. And as you can see, right? Lithic gives you about as much attack as Homa above 50. It also gives you almost as much crit value. We're considering Lithic R5 with 3 Leah? No, we're considering 4 Leah right now. If I do 4x R5, you guys are gonna understand, right? I guess Fjords doesn't proc the passive in this team. So I can't even use Fjords as a comparison, can I? Oh fuck, I forgot. We can still look at how it would compare if you could get 3 elements from Leah. Still. That's not even a real team. Zhongli's better? No, Zhongli's not better. Zhongli's more comfy. I would rather play Zhongli. But Xiaoling is more damage. A good amount more, actually. As it turns out, Xiaoling's constellations are actually really good for Hu Tao. Right, CU1 is like pretty much as valuable as Zhongli's whole kit offensively. C6 makes her better than Zhongli offensively, and then you have her damage, which isn't amazing, but isn't that bad either. I'm a Funa Rational enjoyer, okay? I remember talking about that team a lot on Yelan release. The Shelling Vape in that team, kind of. You'll get, like, about 80% of your vapes on both Hu Tao and Shelling, basically. Because you have enough Pyro that you'll end up getting two Pyro hits in a row every once in a while. But you also have so much Hydro that even when you do, you'll immediately wipe it and reapply Hydro. But yeah. I don't think it's better than using Fischl instead, though. I'm gonna be honest. I'm pretty sure Fischl is better than Shelling in this slot. Especially with the overload buffs. Also, Viridescent Hunt. Funa Rational was the moment when non-Bennett VV Hu Tao died. Yeah, pretty much. And then Xianyun killed Bennett VV Hu Tao. Funa Rational is just worse than replacing Hu Tao with Bennett. Yes and no. It's the thing is, it's about as good, but Bennett is so powerful that being able to use him on your other side is nice, and he tends to be more in higher demand than Changling is. I think people tend to underestimate Funa Rational. Like, I don't think it's Hu Tao's best team anymore. Xianyun, like, really helped Hu Tao. Not because Hu Tao's plunges are amazing, but because Xianyun is actually providing something to the team, and she's a healer that enables Farina, which enables Marie-José. Right? Before Xianyun, the only healer that was actually good in this slot was Bennett. And Bennett is okay, but not significantly better than Funa Rational. Right? And so outside of that, you didn't have a good healer that enabled you to do double Hydro with Farina. And that's why Funa Rational, in my eyes, was the best Hu Tao team at the time. But when Xianyun came out, you finally got a healer that was actually also useful in Hu Tao teams outside of just their healing, which significantly helped her Farina teams. And now I'd say they're a decent amount better than Funa Rational. The biggest issue with Funa Rational is that Hu Tao is a significant downgrade to Bennett in that team. But it does let you use Bennett on the other side, so it's fine. But yeah. Anyways, let's finish this, right? So you have EM multiplier. So we said you got EM sense. you'll also favor EM rolls a bit higher than you'd favor HP or attack rolls. Right? So you probably end up with a little bit more EM rolls than HP or attack rolls. I'll assume 5 for now. Now, you might be wondering why you favor EM rolls more than HP or attack rolls. That's because since Hu Tao is a character that gains value both from HP and from attack, it effectively means that both HP and attack rolls are only contributing to a part of her damage. The part that's coming from those stats respectively, right? And so compared to characters that directly scale with the amount of HP or attack they have. I mean, technically Hu Tao directly scales with the amount of attack she has, but post-conversion, right? And right now we're just talking about attack percent versus HP percent. Yeah, it's because her HP percent rolls and her attack percent rolls stack additively with each other, right? But you already get a bunch of attack and a bunch of HP just from the character being leveled with plus 20 artifacts. Right? If you look at the default stats you're gonna get on a character, before looking at main stats on Sens, right? Your base attack on an attack scaler, upwards of generally around 1,000. That's like the best you're gonna get. A little bit more than 1,000. Attack percent baseline without external buffs. About 20% from subs. And then, I mean, here we're getting power resonance, so let's look at that as well. Flat attack, around 350 from the feather, which makes your total attack 1,800. And one roll of attack from here increases your total amount of attack by 2.8%, right? If you're looking at an HP scaler, if you look at the ones that have the most HP, they're generally around 15,000. You still get Hydro Resonance and about 20% from subs. Your flat HP is around 5k, which means that one roll of HP also about 2.8%. And then finally, you have Hu Tao. Let's take Dragon's Bane. Right, I had... This was from Noblesse, so for now we'll take it out. Right? One roll of attack. Increases your damage by about 1%. One roll of HP increases your damage by about 1.7%. In order to get the value that you would get from one roll of attack percent on an attack scaler or HP percent on an HP scaler, Hu Tao needs to get one roll of HP and one roll of attack. Or 1.5 roll of HP, or 2.5 rolls of attack. In other words, compared to default attack or HP scalers, HP and attack rolls on Hu Tao are a bit less valuable. And so other rolls that are not HP or attack tends to be more valuable. Which is why you'll often end up with a bit more EM on her substats than you would on other characters. There's also the fact that the amount of her damage she's reacting is higher than average for reaction carries. It's not Gaming level, but it's still pretty high. Anyways, that brings your EM multiplier to around 1.47. Then we'll need to adjust the EM multiplier because she's not reacting all of her damage. By default, she reacts about... It depends on the specific combo. It's generally around 90%, 80 to 90. But because of channeling, you might end up losing 1 or 2 vapes. And so it's going to be closer to like 70%. So her adjusted EM multiplier, around 1.3. And that brings her, and I guess you also have a crit value, crit multiplier. By the way, are you guys liking the fact that I'm actually explaining these things more than I usually do? Is that something you find entertaining? Yep, okay, I'm glad. Anyways, her crit value, I guess for crit value we'll start... Oh, actually, we need to put the EM for everything. Dragon's Bane, 221, Fjords. Again, we're pretending like we have 3 different elements just to compare it to optimal case scenario Fjords, even if it's not going to work in this team. By the way, I'm realizing, wow, Overload buffs plus Fjords release was a massive buff to the official double Hydro teams, wasn't it? Holy fuck. That's wild. Because, like, her best 4-star weapon is generally Ballad of the Fjords now. And her best 4-star weapon gives more EM than any other polearm does. It's literally more EM than Dragon's Bane. Which means that it's gonna synergize a lot with the overload buffs. Jesus Christ. Wait, Pipoga, do you use Gilded Dreams on that team? Or is Crimson Witch better? I think it's still Maréchal Say. Honestly, I feel like that has to be wrong. Are you sure about that? I mean, Shimanawa? I actually understood what you said, and I didn't even realize you said Maréchal Say. I thought you said Shimanawas. And I responded as if you'd said Shimanawas. So are you sure is Shimanawa still better? Maybe we'll calc it after. I'm kind of down. Clown-to-clown communication. True! Anyways, crit value on a non-crit weapon, right, is 98.4 base, because she has 88.4 crit damage and 5% crit rate base stats. So that's 98.4 crit value. Every character with a crit ascension is 98.4 base, by the way. And there's no 4-stars that have crit ascension. Right? 4-star ascension stat and 5-star ascension stat are different numbers. 5 stars that ascend with attack get 30. 4 stars get 24. Right? But because there's no 4 stars that ascend with crit, every single character in the game has a base crit value of either 98.4 or 60. Because they either start at 5 to 50, which is 60% CV, 5 to 88.4, which is 98.4, or 24.2 to 50, which is also 98.4. EM is 98 to 115. I think it's 96 and 115.2. You get 400 EM with Sans plus Fjords plus Instructor, so yeah. I mean, I'll take a look at it. Horse stars usually get their crit ascension from cons. True! Anyways, 98.4 plus a circlet, which is either 31.1 crit rate or 62.2 crit damage, which is either way 62.2 crit value. Each roll is 6.6% CV on average. Technically it's 6.62, I think, but it's not enough. It's not big enough of a difference to matter, and I really don't give a shit. And in my calcs, I tend to assume 20 rolls. Technically, maybe when I do characters that scale really shitty, like really poorly with stats outside of crit, I should use more than 20. But, oh well. Circlet divided by 10. It's not circlet divided by 10. Circlet is not 66.2, it's 62.2. Oh, wouldn't it be nice if things were like that? Wouldn't it be nice? $20 is too low. Yes and no. 20 is less than KQM standard, but it's what I generally use nonetheless. Really checked in Sim. Shim is 81.9k. Gilded Dreams is 78.6. Which is 78. Are you using the same rotations for both? Because, like, technically your rotations should be different if you're not using Shim. Because you'll weave in burst more often. But that kind of makes sense. Assuming you don't use burst, or at least you use burst the same amount. Shiminawa's a tiny bit better than Gilded Dreams and Crimson Witch, but not enough to justify using Shiminawa's. They have Hu Tao Burst unconditional at the end of every rotation. I guess Fischl is just that goated. Really? Wait, do you have a link? I want to look at that sim. What the fuck? Anyways, for this, do we get any other sources of crit? I don't think so, right? And then you get additional crit for the other weapons based on how much each weapon gives you. That is not at the end of every rotation. That's a single time. No. That's every fourth rotation. There's an if statement here. Or a for statement, I guess. Yeah, so this is Hu Tao Burst every 4 rotations. Hu Tao Burst is 60. Okay, so this is 81.9k. And 4 Shiminawa procs is also 60. So on a different set, Where's Hutao? Hutao. Can I just do CW? Is that gonna work? I think so. We just change iteration to up to 2 instead of up to 4. And that should work. Yeah, so it's slightly more. Ever so slightly more. Tiny little fucking amount more. But you get to burst more often, which is nice for comfort. Like, realistically, you generally don't actually use Utao's burst as part of your rotation. You use it for iframes. And so, 2 rotations that have this, or 2 builds that have the same DPS, but one of them can burst more often, I'd rather use the one that has burst more often. Even if it does a bit less damage without the burst, and you end up only using the burst as a panic button. Check Gilded Dreams? Yeah, I can do that. Should be the same amount as Crimson Witch. That's a bit less. Okay. Yeah, I guess you get a lot of EM. Wait, that's Bennett. Oh, that's Bennett. I was talking about double Hydra with Fischl. So you were getting 3 EM stacks on Gilded instead of 2 and 1 attack stack. As in Farina or Singto? Singto. No. No healer outside of Bennett, so if you replace Bennett, Farina won't be very good. I'm gonna pretend Bennett is Singto just for the Gilded Dreams. So let me remove 14% attack. Is it 14? How much is it? I gotta double check.
I created another
There's a TF Hutao and double Hydro Fischl. Do you want to see it? You know I do. What did I want to check? Yeah, I wanted to check if Gilded Dreams is indeed 14%. Yeah, it is. So we lose 14, let's go to 32. And in exchange, we gain 50 EM. Right? Yeah. So 7 becomes 12. Alright. So if we pretend like this is this is 3-stack Gilded. Wait, it's worse? That can't be right. I must have fucked something up. There's no way the attack is better than the EM for this. Maybe we're getting less vapes with Yelan than we are with Singto. Maybe we're not getting all of our vapes, actually. That might be what's happening here. You changed Pyro, not attack. Did I? Oh, you're right. I'm a fucking idiot. Right, there's no attack main stat, so I can't take this out. This is only 9% attack. Fuck! Can I make this minus something? You can go negative? Okay. So this is... I'm just gonna round this to minus 10 becomes... Or 10 becomes minus 4. 0, 4. Okay, this is what it should be. Okay, it's a bit better, but it's still not as good as Criminal Witch. I guess that makes sense. You have a lot of EM, which... How much EM do you have in total? Can you look at a character's stats at a given point? Probably in the sample, right? If I look at an instance of Hutao damage... it's not here. I can look at what all the external buffs I have, but I can't look at total stats. On character icon, there's a tab. I see. But this is at 0 seconds. Wait. 516? Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. Because it's with the 80 EM from this. So baseline is 516 minus 80, right? So EM multiplier. Right? For Gilded, the EM multiplier is normal. So the amount you get from Gilded on your vapes. Well, I guess this minus this is 23%. Right? Crimson Witch by itself already gives you 15. Plus 22.5 pyro damage. And 22.5 pyro damage is better than 8% reaction damage. If you started at 0 EM, Crimson Witch would give you 40% reaction or Gilded Dreams would give you 40% reaction damage, which is 25 more than Crimson Witch. So then, obviously, that would also be an additional thing. TF Hu Tao time. Alright. It's the same amount of damage, that's crazy. Oh, but I think it's better optimized. Like, in my eyes, Wolf Fang is a little bit more sus than Ali Flash. But I guess not. I don't know. Like a 25-second rotation with 2 E's. Yeah, that makes sense. That's so funny. That's so fucking funny. I will say, though, this rotation is most likely not stamina positive. I don't... does the sim actually take stamina into account anywhere? Or does it not? Oh, that's also C1. Okay, yeah. Yeah, yeah, okay. That's fake. Okay, never mind then. Never mind. Change it to C0 and you'll see. See what? See if it counts stamina? I guess that's true. Yeah, delay due to insufficient stamina. Okay, it does count the stamina. Oh, that's interesting. Even if it does, though, it probably doesn't account for potentially needing to dodge incoming attacks on supports. Right? Like, okay, that's actually something I want to talk about, which is, I think, something that a lot of people don't realize in Hu Tao teams. I've talked about it a really long time ago, but I haven't talked about it in a while, right? Assuming you do a normal Hu Tao rotation, we don't have hit lag here, so we'll probably get like 1 less charge attack, but... Right, okay. You swap to your other characters, and as long as you don't dash on them, you'll get your stamina back by the time you swap to Hu Tao, right? The thing is, if you do the same thing, and then you have to dash here on this support, and then you have to dash here again, so back to Hu Tao when you're fucking 50% stamina. Because a dash only consumes, like, what? How much stamina does a dash consume? It's like 20, I think? 20 stamina? But it also pauses stamina regeneration for a bit, right? After you've dashed, you don't start regenerating stamina for another, like, second. And so if you have to dash during your stamina regeneration phase, it significantly reduces the amount of stamina you regenerate. Not only does the dash itself consume stamina, but it also prevents you from restoring stamina. And so it's not actually 20 stamina you're losing out on, it's closer to 50. And it's something I notice a lot when I end up playing Hu Tao with Xingqiu. If it takes me a few rotations to kill enemies, I tend to run out of stamina during like the third rotation. Because when I play Xingqiu, I almost always dash cancel his E. And in Hu Tao teams specifically, I will often end up intentionally not dash canceling my E on Xingqiu to make sure I regenerate stamina. I'm actually curious if we add one dash when we swap to Yelan, one dash when you swap to Fish. Oh no, this is still C1. Okay, wait, let's go back to the sim. Yeah, let's go back to this one. Let's add a dash on one dash on each support. And we're already losing an insane amount of DPS because literally only one dash per support is enough to make your rotation significantly stamina negative. Right, it went from 80k DPS to 50k just from one dash on each support. Here, C0 TF Hu Tao, thank you. Whatever. That's with Dragon's Bane, though. Is it gonna work with Fjords? It says it was an outdated version. Yeah, it is. Okay. 74k, what was the last one? 72k, yeah, so Fjords is a bit better. And then you'd also want Wolf's Fang on Xingqiu. What are the... Yeah, let's change the weapons to be the same as this sim, at least. So... this is going to be Fjords. This is going to be... How do they call it? Just Wolf Fang. Wolf Fang. Fischl. There's no shot Fischl should be on. Oh, this is Yelan, not Fischl. I'm an idiot. Yelan, Fav Emblem. That makes sense. Fischl. Stringless. But Golden Troop. Okay. About 75k. Which is worse than the... That's not the one. Which is worse than the... Right, I fucking added the dashes. Gotta remove them manually. Size of cringe. Right. Which is worse than the Gilded Dreams version, and also worse than Crimson Witch or the other one. But I guess that's the Bennett version. Is there a sim with double Hydro not on TF? Actually? There is, yes. Is it in the database, or is it has it not been posted? Lon, Hu Tao. Official. Oh yeah, there is. Okay, that's a TF one. Shimenawa's C0R1 70k. So the TF one is better. Even with outdated weapons, it's already better. Hutao C1. This is Hutao C0. The TF one is C1. This is also TF, and it's not C1. There's two TF ones. There's a C1 TF1 and a C0 TF1. TOM Fischl. Yeah, this was pre-Golden Troop when TOM was the best set on Fischl. What even is the rotation? I think you alternate Singso Burst and Yulon Burst for Hutao uptimes. No, you don't. Oh, you don't need to. Interesting. I guess I want to try it then. Fuck. At least you want to try it, dude. You start with Yulon and she runs out quite early, which Singso lasts for the whole of both. Yeah, that makes sense. If both Singso, if you use both Singso and Yulon at the start, even if you do Yulon second, she won't last until the start of the second uptime anyways. But if you do Yulon first and Singso second, or sorry, if you do Yulon second and Singso first, Singso's gonna run out before the end of your second rotation. Of your second uptime, I guess. That makes sense. This is crazy. Do I have good TF pieces for HP scaling characters? I might not. That's a 9 roller, technically. Kind of. That's also technically kind of a 9 roller. My crit ratio is probably going to be a little scuffed, so I'd rather get the higher crit rate one, I think. This is going to be pretty fucking good. Oh, what the fuck is that? Wait. They're actually both about as good as one another. This has a funny number on it. But this is going to be better because my crit ratio is going to be scuffed, like I said. Alright, I need pyro damage. Do I have a pyro damage goblet on this set? I don't think I do. Dodge. I could go EM goblet. I don't think it's better, though. I really don't think it's better. That's probably the one we go for, yeah. Wait, no, it's TF I'm looking for. I'm an idiot. That's a 7 roller. That's a 5 roller only, so this is better. 3 rolls. Right, what about crit damage ones? I don't actually know. Maybe actually my crit ratio isn't going to be scuffed. Maybe I'd rather get higher crit damage here. Over 1 roll of EM, yeah. Probably have enough EM that it's fine. And I think I'll use this one. I think my crit ratio is going to be, yeah. Crit ratio is looking pretty fine. EM total, 547, not bad. Okay, that's fine.
I created another
We're gonna use Elegy. And then I don't have Amenoma. Do I use Lion's Roar? I don't think I have enough ER to use Lion's Roar. Fischl is gonna be doing a lot of energy generation, so maybe I do. This is too low, man. This is definitely too low. I'll at least go for pieces that have a bit more ER and subs. Ratio's too scuffed if I use this. What about off pieces for this? Do I have any that has a lot of ER? That's fine, I guess. Not good, but my ER is a little low, but I'll try like this. We do have Fabulon, and we do swap to her twice per rotation, so maybe it'll be fine. They do Yelan, Fischl, Xingqiu, Hu Tao, and then Yelan, Fischl, Hu Tao. That makes sense. Oh yeah, I am on Elegy, that's true. Okay, maybe I need more ER then. Fine. I'll just be on Fav. I can't be bothered. Oh, but there's also the fact that these are fucking non-heavy enemies, so Overload's gonna be kind of cringe. This might not be the good Abyss to try that. I should have done last Abyss, man. Oh well. It is what it is. Is he still on the right build? More or less. Looks fine. Just do second half and don't do chamber 3? Nah. It'll be fine. Oh, I have an ER card. You took Shallonen off Fav? It'll be fine.
You are not welcome.
by royal decree.
Oi! Okay. I forgot to put her on Viridescent Hunt. I refuse not to use Viridescent Hunt, okay? I fucking paid money for that shit. I will get every single ounce of value out of it that I can get. If I have to quit anyways, though, I'll put Shallonen back on Fav. I'll yoink the one that's on Farina, I guess. Might as well put Farina back on Festering if I'm gonna do that then. So that the next time I use Farina, at least she's not on a worthless weapon. Alright.
You are not welcome.
Wings of dark.
Rain outlines it.
Now you're testing my patience.
was kind of ass, but it's fine. It's not fine. This was fucking dog shit. It's Hu Tao in AoE, man.
Quietly now.
By royal decree.
Yeah, okay. That's enough of that. That's enough of that, man. That's enough of that. I've done enough. Anyways, let's finish what we were talking about here. So Lithic gets 28% crit rate. Is 56 CV. Deathmatch gets 36.8. Homa gets 66.2 crit damage. And Ballad of the Fjords gets 27.5. 27.6. 27.6 crit rate. Multiplier. Yeah. In a team like this, you probably use either Marie-José or Crimson Witch. For now, let's take a look at Marie-José. Okay. Then you have your damage percent, which is going to be Pyro Goblet, Yelan average damage, Channeling C6, this is a team where you could get some uptime on this. It does a lot because it's a team that doesn't run a dedicated healer. It will be far from 100% uptime, but I think we can assume a little bit. Maybe 15% average damage from this. Fire attack from Marie-José. Did I say Marie-José? I meant Shimenawa's. I'm sorry. There's no Farina. We can't run Marie-José. I'm Cornge. 50% from Shimenawa's. It's because there's the same amount of syllables. So my brain gets confused sometimes. Is there anything else? I don't think so. Then Dragon's Bane gets 36. And that brings your effective attack to total attack times 1 plus damage percent times adjusted EM multiplier times crit multiplier. And let me just double check for both of these with HP sends plus 46.6 minus 187. HP sends are better for the EM weapons. That makes sense. Alright. And if you look at percentage of the Bane, okay-ish business. But yeah, Fjords doesn't actually work in this team because you don't have 3 different elements. So this is kind of fake. Just keep that in mind. in reality, it's... In reality, it's actually worse than Deathmatch, or than Dragon's Bane and Deathmatch, I guess, in this team, but yeah. I guess, yeah, I guess I'm not being consistent here. I have R1 Deathmatch, but R5 Fjords. Technically, Deathmatch is a little bit better than this at R5. Deathmatch refines are so insignificant, though. Like 1% damage per refine. Anyways, but yeah, so even though Lithic gives a lot of attack, because it also gives a lot of crit, and the amount of attack that it gives is really big, in the perfect conditions, with high refine on a 4 Leo team, it's actually pretty good. But even just losing one Leo teammate, right, is minus 4% attack, minus 4% crit. Three Leo teammates, it's like relatively close to R5 Deathmatch. And if it's not high refine, wait, I'm an idiot. That's not how that works. I'm actually so stupid. This is 33, not 40. And this is 21, not 24. Yeah, so it's like, it's barely better than Dragon's Bane at 3 Leo teammates. And if it's 3 Leo teammates and R1, instead of 33, this is 21. Instead of 21, this is 9. It's a lot worse. Even at 4 Leo teammates, if it's R1, it's worse than Dragon's Bane. Anyways, hopefully that answered your question. Hopefully that was useful. How have I been live for 3 hours and a half? I feel like I just started stream. What the hell? Please do today's connections. Fine, I'll do it. But not before the best part of the stream. We stare. We pound. We zilch. Ew. I wish it could be Dali. But it can't be Dali. Because the L isn't there. Maybe it's Madly. That is. Mini! PlantNet or INAT. What the fuck? No clue. British singer who's... Why would you make me think about James Corden? What the fuck is wrong with you, Minnie? I don't know which one it is. Whatever. Floral symbol in Buddhist art. Lotus, perhaps? Parcel of land. It's not plot. I don't know. Antlered grazer in Yellowstone. Elk? Love to pieces. Adore. Part of a flower. Maybe it's not elk? 'Cause I was thinking stem. It can't be stem, I'm an idiot. Remove as a 2 down. Control Alt delete. Joe key suffix was with bet. Okay, they do this hint like every 2 weeks, and it's such a bad hint, man. Okay, this is Adele, probably. Parcel of land, a tract, perhaps? Petal pluck? Okay. Not my fastest mini, but we got through. Alright, you told me to do the connections, I'll do the connections. What do we got? Tick tock, ding dock, nick cock. I see why you wanted me to do the connection. Pony, mock, chime, pig, wharf, scratch, lighthouse, cuckoo, dent, boardwalk. Dock, wharf, lighthouse. Dent, nick, ding, tick? Fuck. Fuck. Scratch. I'm an idiot. I didn't see scratch. Fuck. Cock. Talk. Pony. Chime. Chime in? Maybe? I don't know what other words here can be used with in. Cock could be like the when something is cocked. Maybe. I mean, I know wharf, dock, and lighthouse are together. I just don't know what the last one is. Maybe cuckoo chime. Like things made by artisans that make noise, I guess. But I don't know. Tick? How could tick be? I mean, it could be like a clock, but because talk is there, I feel like it's gotta be a fucking... I feel like it's gotta be red herring. Unless it's not. Clocks often have cuckoos as, like, the thing that announces the time, and it could be chime. So it could be noises that a clock makes, maybe. That's crazy, actually. They had tick and talk and it wasn't a red herring? Holy fuck. That's actually evil, because it's always a red herring. So I, like, almost entirely dismissed it. Wow. Okay. But then we know wharf, dock, and Lighthouse are together? And then Cock, Pig, Pony? I don't know what a boardwalk is, but I feel like it fits better with Lighthouse, Dock, Wharf than Cock, Pig, Pony. Yeah. What's a boardwalk, chat? I also have no idea. I mean, I was thinking like animals, but what the fuck is a mock? Oh. Cocktail, mocktail, pigtail, ponytail. I guess. Wooden walking area near a beach, I see. Mocktails, mixers, ice. Shut the fuck up, chat. I'll tell Nick he needs to do today's connection. You need to do today's connection. It's nice. Alright, let's do the Genshin duel. Balls! It's not a balls day, that's fine. That's fine, that's okay. Let's do Nahida. Not Nahida. Released not long before Nahida, but it's not Sumeru. It's probably not released after 3.0, because I don't think any of the 3.0 or 3.1 characters are from a region other than Sumeru. So it's probably a late Inazuma character. It's not Sword, it's not Catalyst. Ito? Perhaps? It's not an Inazuma character. Oh god. It's either Bo or... Could be Yelan. It's Yelan. Okay. Opera Girl? No, it couldn't be Yunjin because it wasn't Geo. Hold my hand, please. This wind could blow me away. What the fuck? I actually have no fucking clue. This is probably the streak. 75 streak gone. I have no fucking clue who that is. This is the most nondescript quote I've ever fucking seen. Like, you could tell me this is a quote from your neighbor John, and I'd believe you. This is like... It's kind of like if a quote said hi. Like, I don't know, man. Anyone could say that. What the fuck? I'm just gonna fucking click at random until we get the VA. I have no clue who that is. Yeah, I know it's not a man though, but whatever.
Hold my hand, please.
Okay, that's Chi-Chi. Okay. 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 Easy clap. Not even close. Not even close. Not even close. The streak survives another day. Is that Candace? Yeah. I talked about this ability earlier today. Plant? Branch? I don't know. Could be a bunch of people. Snake. Bald. Ooh. Right, weekly boss. Probably a recent... If it's a recent character that uses this boss, it's probably a character from Kolofu. Maybe it's Lingsha? What? Oh! Oh! I forgot she existed! I forgot! It's not Misha, is it? Yeah, it's not. It looks like a clock. Yep, clock. Who the fuck else is from Penacony? I don't know. There's no way it's Black Swan. Who the fuck else is from Penacony? What the hell? Wait, actually, like, Gallagher? There's no way Gallagher has a clock, though. Or watch, whatever. Treasure of the Architects. What? I have no clue. I feel like it has to be a Penacony character, but I feel like I've guessed every Penacony character. Where the fuck is Rappa from? Maybe she's from Penacony. She's not. Or maybe she is, but... Oh. What?! What?! Trailblazer has a stopwatch? I mean, okay! Fucking... Gallagher has a shirt! I still wouldn't imagine one of his abilities icons to be a shirt! Like, what the fuck do you want me to say, man? Acheron has hair! But it'd be kind of weird if one of her abilities icons was hair! You know? Anyways. That one fucking stumped me. I'm gonna be honest. I would have had no clue if the ultimate icon wasn't easily recognizable. Candy. Like, if they did it like Genshin, where the icon, like, they don't give you the ultimate icon, they just make it upside, like, they make it right side up for the last hint. Anyways, I don't know who this is. I'm just gonna guess at random. Laptop. Silverwolf? Yeah. Alright. And then, is it a Bender? Not a Bender. The defense character? It's not set. There's another defense character? Caesar? I think Caesar's defense. Right, okay. Right, okay. Okay, we're vibing. I forgot Caesar was defense, I'm gonna be honest. So what the fuck is Asrayao? I don't actually... And what the fuck is Evelyn? I would guess Asrayao is... same thing as Nicole. An ether support. Yeah? Is that really... is that real? Is she actually an ether support? Damn, that's crazy. Evelyn is a fire DPS? I wouldn't have guessed fire. I would have guessed physical. I see. How do you know how the commissions achievements done? The last time I did commissions was because I didn't have enough encounter points. I'm actually running out of encounter points. I'm gonna have to fucking do that, get that done soon, huh? But I should finish spending my resin for today before I forget. We don't need to do any more of this, so I guess I'll just do Mora. Mora's kind of unfun to do, though. I'm gonna be honest, I also really hate the leyline placement in Natlan. It feels like you have to fucking move so much. Which makes it kind of suck to do commissions on, or to do leylines on anyone other than Mawika.
Ready to ride.
Today's Versa talent book. I'm still not sure if I'm gonna go for Versa though. I'll wait until we get some form of confirmation on banner order for IANSAN.
Light it up. Teamwork is. You two. Tight.
Light up the blazing sun. Take a deep breath and grit your teeth.
Here comes
My wait was not in vain.
well, well. Here comes another.
I'm going in. Get to work. Keep lolling. Keep pop-ups.
Crouching surge. My wait was not in vain.
To be fair, every Natlan character has movement. I mean, I guess that's true.
Off we go. Let's ride.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Bring it.
Let's light it up. You two. Tight.
Wrap from the sky.
Not getting a melt because... Oh, I did get a melt anyways. Huh. Even through the burning ground, I got a melt. That's kind of... Does Hilali's burst put out the grass? Maybe it does, actually. Maybe that's why I got a melt.
Try and stop me.
Everybody stand back.
What the fuck? Idiot.
Suffer the wrath of
Pyroclastic surge.
Thank-
Rev the engines.
Show me your move. We go.
What the fuck was that hit sound? Jesus Christ.
Teamwork is dream. Get to work. You two. Tight.
Wrap from the sky.
Holy shit. I've never seen anything as fucking pathetic as that sound was, man. Holy.
That's all I've got.
In non-Citlali melts, is it better to use Rosaria plus Diona Elegy or Rosaria plus Ganyu Elegy? Generally Diona. Ganyu burst animation is really long, and she doesn't give you any buffs. Even C0? I guess at C0 it would kind of be up to you.
Add Astra.
From the fact you're even considering a double cryo team, I assume you're not talking about Mawika. Because if you go double cryo with Mawika without Citlali, who the fuck is giving you Night Soul? And the other melt carries don't need Ganyu's faster app. Rosaria is already enough by herself, and then Diona makes it so that it's that plus Rosaria, you're generally going to be comfortable. Will Gumming's new best team be IANSAN, Sitlali, Bennett? That's a good question. I guess I can try to think about it. The biggest potential issue I see with that is that it is uptime. Gumming is one of the few carries that actually wants to do rotations that are a little long. Because
Oh, ow. Where did that come from?
if you do shorter rotations, you don't have time to do 7 E's. And if you do 6 E's instead of 7, it's a lot less energy. So generally you have like 1 or 2 E's that you do without buffs.
Adventure team, assemble!
Like, let's go do a full Gumming rotation. Alright. You can consider the moment I swap out of Gumming to be when the rotation starts, right? So I swap out of him at 57.
Everybody stand! Fulfill our pact! Suffer the mighty mythical beast! Sorry, pal.
I'm not actually trying to get melt. Anyways, and then I swap out of him again at 36. So it's tiny little bit over 20 seconds.
I'm getting sick of this.
Is that all you've got?
And with IANSAN, her default burst duration is 12 seconds, and from what I've seen, it doesn't seem like it lingers like Bennett's buff does. And so you might end up getting like multiple plunges without the IANSAN buff. At C6, it'll be a lot better. But it might be a team that's more reliant on IANSAN C6 than others. Because, like, one, Gumming actually can maintain full Night Soul, so the C6 will proc for damage. And 2, the duration is also useful. Yeah, if we pretend that Shilonen is IANSAN, I swap. I use the buff at 57 basically. So I get the first one, the second one, and maybe the third one. And after that, it's pretty much gone. If we go to her first. If we go to her after Bennett, you might get 4. But you'll also lose Bennett buff for the last 1 or 2. So that could be a problem. But yeah, I don't really know. Ugh. Because he has Eli, so just put IANSAN on a different set and go Bennett before IANSAN. Yeah, but again, like, if you do that, then you're gonna lose Bennett uptime, right? Like, already, the team with Shilonen, right? You go to Shilonen before Bennett, even if she's on Instructor or Petra, just because if you go to Shilonen after Bennett, you lose Bennett buff on, like, your last 2 to 3 plunges. Which feels like shit. Feels like complete garbage. Just looking at the size of the buff, though, it might be bigger. Can do Shilonen versus IANSAN. Gumming. Base attack 302. Then Serpent Spine. Attack percent, 20%, or 24 from Ascension, 20 from Constellation, whatever. 25 from Power Resonance, 20 from Substats, 20 from Noblesse. Is that it? So. Attack. Flat attack. Am I missing anything? I feel like I'm missing something. Maybe not. Whatever. 350 plus 1202. Total attack. Damage percent. 46.6 from Goblet. 30% from Serpent Spine. An average of like 30% from Crimson Witch. 15% from Bennett C6. 40% from Cinder City. I forgot TDDS. What else we got in this team? I wouldn't use Petra generally. I'd use Instructor, but no Petra. What else? Is that it? Mike Orange shot. What are the other source of damage percent in this team? His own passive, 20. And that is it. I think, yeah. Crit value. Starts at 60. Gets 80 CV from C6, and that's it. No, there's also Serpent Spine. EM, 187, plus about 100 in substats, plus whatever you get from Instructor, so 120. EM multiplier, 25 divided by 9, multiplied by EM, divided by 1401 plus EM plus 1.15 because of Crimson Witch. Effective attack is total attack times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier times EM multiplier. Motion value on a plunge. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. You only need to compare. Oh, that's fine. Motion value on a plunge is 489.6. Damage is this times 190 divided by 390 times 1.23. Chilon and Sitlali. Yep. This is low, though. Why is it so low? Because I didn't multiply by 2 for the melt. Right. There we go. That makes sense. Now, with IANSAN, you could get IANSAN on Noblesse Bennett on Instructor, so you'd get the same artifact buffs. So the only thing you lose is the shred. But in exchange, you gain 690 flat attack. So it's actually a little bit better just for the damage of the first plunge. And then at C6, this is 810. You also get 30% attack and 25 damage percent. It's a lot better just for the damage of one plunge. And then at C6, your uptime should also be pretty good. So this might be another upgrade to gumming schemes. Because, like, just looking at the damage of one plunge, wait. Fuck made this number change. Oh, I'm an idiot. Right. Yeah. Just looking at the damage of one plunge, how much is Xianyuan? You don't get Instructor anymore, because you need PV. And Bennett can't proc Instructor in that team, so he'd need Noblesse. You lose out on Instructor compared to Shilonen. In exchange, your Res Shred is a bit higher, and you have a bit of motion value. I get 400 from Xianyuan. Yeah. So, it's actually, at IANSAN C6, almost as much damage as Xianyuan with VV active. Wow. Yeah, I think that means IANSAN is also an upgrade to gumming teams. Not as a Bennett replacement. But as a third slot. Oh no, it's Singso Yelan all over again, yeah. You know what, let me actually... I actually have a sheet open with comparisons for gumming, right? And it's even a saved sheet. Serpent Spine, Crimson Witch, Xianyan. That's the default one, right? Yeah. So... IANSAN, Serpent Spine, Crimson Witch. Let's just take a look at that. This first thing I want to change is this. Is IANSAN good with Kaniche? It's looking like she will be, yes. Okay, so what are the changes from Xianyan? So we're not getting VV anymore. And we're not getting Xianyan's buff either. Alright, so just from taking this out, we lost like 30% of our DPS, a bit more than that. But in exchange, we get some IANSAN buff. I guess I should do IANSAN both C0 and C6. At C0, I guess I should do C0, C2, and C6, actually. So, at C0, the flat attack buff is going to be maxed out for sure. You will get Cinder City, and you will get good uptime on your Cinder City. It'll be 100% uptime, no problem. Wait, you already get Cinder City, I'm an idiot. You'll get Instructor, but you won't get great uptime on Instructor. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. Let me take a look at this real quick, right? So, the time that it takes after you swap out of Shilonen, start at 57. First plunge at 51. Second plunge at 48. Third plunge at like 45-ish. So... you might be able to get Instructor on the third plunge, but you won't get it on the fourth one. Wait, no. How long does Instructor last? Is it 10 seconds or 12? It's 12, yeah. Wait, no, that's... no, it's 8. Oh. Okay, you'll get it on your first plunge and that's it. Never mind. First burst and first plunge you get Instructor, but that's it. Why Instructor on Shilonen and not on Citlali? Because Citlali ER requirements are fucking harsh without Cinder City. If you have a really good Instructor set, you can get away with it, though. But it will be a lot less comfortable, also, because not having your burst on Citlali means your rotation literally doesn't work, right? And ER requirements are already a fucking problem in gumming teams, and making them worse is, yeah, aware. Anyways, we'll get the EM on Q and E1, but that's it. And then we'll get the attack buff for the first 3 plunges, but that's it. Okay. That's IANSAN C0. And it's quite a bit worse. Okay. Yeah. Then copy create a copy IANSAN C2. You get 25% additional attack. What's the uptime on that? IANSAN C2. 15 seconds. It'll last about as long as Bennett's buff lasts. Yep. Okay. And here, still kind of a big downgrade to Onion. But for copy, C6. Have you seen the new Hades 2 update? No, not yet. I saw that I got a new notification on the Supergiant server, though. Okay, so at C6, the flat attack buff is now 810. It now lasts as long as Bennett's attack buff, because it's a bit longer, but you use it right before. And you also get damage percent. And the damage percent will actually last longer than the attack buff. This effect will linger after the attack buff is gone. And so the damage percent should be full uptime. And just like that, C60 IANSAN is... .04% better than Changyun for gumming. Insane gumming buff. Holy shit. That's crazy. Yeah, but the setups are less cringe. And you can't retrigger VV second wave, so it'll be better multi-wave. Low-key, C60 IANSAN is an upgrade over Freda and Chao Wanderer teams, even without being on scrolls. It might be, yeah. I don't know about Wanderer. Because I don't think Wanderer can reliably proc her C6. Like, he can get the C6 proc at the start of his rotation, but I don't think he can proc it again after that. Because I think he loses more Night Soul than he gains. How come you never calc songs, Changyun? I don't do it for this because Vivi's just better. I mean, I could do it, but I'd get a number that's smaller. Yeah, it is. It kind of is. Wait, I just realized, if it's true that the Xiao teams like IANSAN more than Farina, that makes Vermilion even worse. Oh, no. Poor Xiao. Poor Xiao. Let's take a look at how much better than you set is on that team. Alright, if you do Xiao, Xiao, Bennett, Farazan, IANSAN. I'm not gonna do a full proper calc, I'll just average out the buffs with approximate uptime, because I don't care that much about it. So don't take the results I'll get too seriously. 349 base plus... Let's look at Jade Wing Spear first. Attack percent, 46.6. I don't know if it's reliable enough. Like, you won't really proc it first rotation. It'll take too long. Because you don't have HP consumption. But it's true that you don't really have a good set on one of the two, right? Like, you might still go Cinder City just for the energy. Like, what else could you give IANSAN? I guess you'd give her Song of Days Past, probably. Not like that would be good, but it's just because you don't really have any good set. IANSAN Noblesse. If IANSAN is on Noblesse, what's Bennett gonna be on? Not that you can't do it, just that you don't gain Noblesse from it, right? Bennett on Exile. Wait, you're right. You're actually right. It's a Bennett on Exile angle. Wait, you're actually so right. You're so right. It is a Bennett on Exile angle. Wait, you're so right. What's Exile? Using an elemental burst regenerates 2 energy for all party members every 2 seconds for 6 seconds. So it's 6 energy to the whole team. Which is the equivalent of like 10-ish ER on Xiao. Makes your ER requirements a bit lower. Anyways, so yeah, we get Noblesse. I guess you'd rather get Cinder City over TOM on Farazan. So no TOM. 20-ish% from substats. We're talking about C6 IANSAN because C0 is probably not an upgrade. So you'd also get the C2 buff, 30%. And then Jade Wing Spear. Which is gonna average 18-ish%. And then plus Vermilion, because that's the first one we'll calc, which averages like but it starts out at 26 and it goes up to how much again? This to 66? Right? You have pretty good uptime on it. Let's say about 60%-ish average. More or less. Flat attack. Around 350, plus 1202 from Bennett, plus 810 from IANSAN. Total attack. Damage percent. Animal Goblet. Average of about 15 from this. Average of about 10% from Jade Wing Spear. Maybe 9%. 95.2 from Burst. 30... 38.3 from Farazan. Crit value 98.4 plus 2.2 plus 20 times 6.6 plus 22.1 times 2. Crit multiplier square divided by 8 plus 1. Effective attack. Okay. This is plunge 4-piece. We lose Vermilion, but we gain an average of like maybe 80%, 85% average. I guess if you weave in a charge attack at the start of your rotation, you'll average closer to 90. And it's probably worth doing. Sure, let's do that. Oh yeah, you lose the 18% attack as well, that's true. Yeah, and that's about a 10% upgrade on this team. But I don't know if I should actually believe... Wait, I forgot the IANSAN P6. I don't know if I should actually believe that this is an upgrade over Canyon Farina. Because of Farina's personal damage? Yeah. Exile doesn't work on Bennett, right? You Bennett burst before you shall burst. I mean, if you Bennett burst before you shall burst, it means you won't generate energy if your shall's energy is full. But you don't need energy when your energy is full. Your next Bennett burst will happen when your shall's energy is not full. So Exile does work. There's not a lot of characters where energy generation gets wasted. The only characters where energy generation gets wasted are characters where your energy generation happens while your burst is full, but you can't make it. But you
Have a compulsion
want
follow
to
the
use
light.
that burst.
Humans are the same,
Like, okay,
except we call that light hope.
the only times when a situation like that is going to be a problem is for a character like Ella, for example, right? Because she can't pre-funnel, right? You still want to start your rotation with E before the Q, right? But if you don't have enough ER to get your burst without the E, you need to wait for the particles to fly to you, right? It's the same reason why if you do EQ on Bennett, you're supposed to dash cancel it, because if you don't dash cancel the E, sometimes you will catch your particles before you consume the energy from burst. It depends on RNG of particle generation direction.
You are not welcome here.
Right, but like as you can see here, I didn't get any energy from those particles. That means that the next time I swap to him, if I have enough ER for me to get my burst in 1E, I'll have to wait to catch the particles before I can burst, which slightly slows you down. Whereas if I dash cancel it, I get them. Alright. That's part of the reason why in some teams you do Bennett QE instead of EQ, even if QE is worse. And it generates less energy for him, because you swap out before you catch the particles. Is particle generation server side? Yes. So you won't need to dash cancel if you have high ping. So some of you guys might not have this issue. Anyways, I wanna add a tweet, chat. I wanna make another IANSAN tweet. It honestly looks like there are as many teams where you want to use IANSAN with Bennett as there are teams where you'll want to replace him. Oh boy. Welcome back, Yelan. Virgin, IANSAN is Bennett, power creep. versus Chad, IANSAN is Shilonen power creep. Virgin question mark? It's the Virgin versus Chad meme template. You know what I mean. Okay? You know what it is. Don't pretend you don't. Don't pretend you fucking don't. You know how Twitter gets? Okay, I gotta be honest with you, alright? Twitter doesn't get like that unless you're an asshole, generally. Like, yeah, there's gonna be, like, 1 or 2 out of thousands of people that see your tweet that are gonna be idiots about it. But the perception that, like, the general population of Twitter gets really pissed and or angry and or offended at random things is mostly perpetuated by people doing shit that's worth getting angry at, trying to shield themselves from criticism. Like, Twitter's far from perfect, don't get me wrong. But whenever someone says something like that, I'm always like, oh, I wonder what kind of fucked up thing you've said to get that kind of reaction. Like the Dark Bennett stuff. Okay, but like that kind of thing, like, if I got flack about it on Twitter, it would be because someone who doesn't like me intentionally shared an out-of-context clip in order to make me look bad. And people who saw that clip and didn't see the context would be like, would reasonably be like, that's a weird thing to say, what's wrong with you? Because they don't have that context. Right? But like, then you'd have someone providing the context and they'd be like, oh, so this person's just try to make you look bad. That's crazy. You assume people on Twitter look for context. They don't actively look for it, but people that know the context will provide it. And it'll get liked, so it's going to be at the top of the comments. Did people assume it was a race thing? As I said it, I realized that it could be interpreted as a race thing, and I was like, wait, I shouldn't say it like that. I explained what I meant. And I apologized. Like, literally, the 5 seconds that follow that clip provide adequate context that makes it so that what I said isn't worth getting angry about, you know? That sounded better in my head moment? Yeah, exactly. You're right, most people complaining about it are just mad over the pushback they get from saying actual messed up things. Yeah, like, there's a very, very small portion of Twitter criticism that is actually unreasonable. It's just people that get reasonable criticism on Twitter will point to the fucking 1% of criticism that's unreasonable and be like, look, this is what Twitter criticism is like, which means that when people are getting mad at me on Twitter, it's not my fault. I'm not saying that it's a good thing that that unfair criticism happens, nor am I saying that people don't encounter it that often, right? The reality is that sort of criticism tends to be what gets the most traction. And someone who experiences that is very well within their right to complain about it. But if you see someone often complaining about Twitter criticism for different situations, or say shit like, ooh, Twitter's gonna get angry at this one, when it's not, like not as a joke. Like, I think you can reasonably assume that a lot of the shit they get on Twitter is deserved. You know? Twitter is not the same when Russia/Saudi Arabia bought it. I mean, the thing is, like, the Twitter algorithm is very... The Twitter algorithm used to almost exclusively show you things that were related to your interests. Now, they still show mostly that, but they also aggressively push some fucking weird shit. Right? I do think it's a much worse experience than it used to be. But as long as you're not too bothered by having to scroll through, like, about 20% of the posts you see just being random bullshit that you're not interested in. If you ignore those posts, the Twitter experience is pretty much the same. Guys, what is that?
Guys, today we'll talk about the 5.4 meta, addressing the current usage rates and the current updates to tell you how strong characters are in this patch. The way Genshin is handling the Abyss now, with all the buffs and so on, makes the usage rates fluctuate more than before, so it's interesting to analyze what it all means, and more importantly, what it means for the characters themselves. So, regarding the Abyss itself, I have to say that this time around is pretty easy in general, easier than the 5.3 one for sure. The first side has a huge emphasis on AoE, with lots of waves of opponents spawning in pretty much every chamber, but even then, even without a grouper, it's pretty easy to handle these waves, because the enemies that are harder to group, like the heavier ones, just spawn near to each other, so it's pretty easy even without a dedicated grouper like Kazuha. The second side is a harsher DPS check, with a couple bosses in chamber 2 and 3, and waves of ruin guards in chamber 1, so it definitely has more of an emphasis on single target damage than side 1, but nothing crazy really. Regarding the buffs for the floors, they're noticeably weaker and less versatile than they were.
I had a harder time with this Abyss than the last one. This Abyss is a lot less of an advertisement for the banner characters, right? Last Abyss was really unfriendly to accounts that didn't have the good Natlan characters. Right? This Abyss is unfriendly to accounts that don't have good AoE units, but good AoE units are present on a lot more accounts than good Natlan units. Because we didn't only start getting good AoE units in fucking 5.0. Right? What are the good AoE units except Nevilet and Nilo? I mean, any fucking Sucrose team? Kazuha? Venti? If you want dedicated carries, you can get away with any character that synergizes well with the groupers. Right? Characters like Arlecchino. Fuck, even characters like Kutsing will do pretty well in this Abyss. Chow, yeah. Noel. Still Mawika. Incomplete data suggests that they will make both sides very difficult for Hydro characters. Oh boy. That'll be pleasant. Filed only with a grouper? Yeah. Even without a grouper, it'll be fine. Because the enemies spawn pretty close to one another. This actually making me wanna do an Abyss run though. Let's do... Who should we play? Air Fryer? I did a lot of Air Fryer clears already. What if I just play Gumming first side? I've mostly done him second side so far. I love Gumming. But that means no Sitlali second side, aware. Oh boy. This will, I guess. Did you try Climb this Abyss? Yesn't. I don't want to play Climb against Swanee. Lorraine is perfect both sides. Fine, let's play Lorraine against Swanee. This is going to be a pleasant experience for sure. She might not be geared properly. Oh, she is. She's not. So do we put a cryo unit on the team just so we don't have to deal with this bullshit? Or... I mean, I guess we do, yeah. Superconduct Clyde, true. Just brute force it? I mean, we could also just brute force it, yeah. How good is Chong Yun for this? Like, if you're gonna force a cryo unit, it's not like any of the cryo units outside of maybe Sitlali would actually be useful for Klein. Mika attack speed. My Mika's not leveled. Nah, I think we'll try. We'll try Overload. And accept that the last chamber will be cringe. Maybe we just don't do the last chamber, actually. That might be the plan. Because it's second side, so it's fine if I don't do it. It's not like I need the clear. Hesver doesn't do anything for this, but it's fine. I'll keep her on it, so still on it next time I want to play her. You can use Chi-Chi. True! Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I can't give Serpent Spine to both Gumming and Moika, and I'd rather have it on Gumming. I can keep her on Blackcliff, it's fine. It's not good, but it's fine. It's actually not fine. I should have her on something else. Probably Earthshaker in this team. Kind of cope, but I guess it is what it is. Hey, fuck you. Fuck you. What? Where's my... My E got cancelled like 3 times in a row? Really? Okay. I fucking intentionally stayed on, like, used her E multiple times. Because I was expecting to get staggered, but it still didn't go through. I hate this fucking first chamber so much, man. These enemies are so annoying. Oh, fuck you. Bullshit fucking annoying ass little shitters. I finally used her E! Like, fuck, man! Did you see how long it took me? It feels like pre-buff Zhongli, man. Fuck. Whatever, dude.
Into the shadows. Hands where I can see 'em.
Oh, fuck. I have my skill.
Midnight Vendor.
Time to test the ball.
Oops.
Enough.
Fuck.
Justice will prevail. Wrath from the sky.
Oh, you guys on scroll? Yeah, I know. I'm not changing her artifacts. Takes too long. Alright. How fucked is my energy gonna be? Am I gonna need to book on Citlali? Didn't realize they spawned that far away. My bad. Okay, I don't need to book. Huge. I don't have my Citlali buff right, or my Shilonen buff right now. Because the Hilichurl flew up too high. So the Citlali's second normal attack didn't hit. No, he doesn't. Oh, he does now. Okay. I mean, it's fine. Still wasn't that bad of a clear, I guess. I guess maybe I should have done it in a different order. Nice E, loser.
Hunt them down. Ready. A sharpshooter.
Midnight Bang.
Final war. Time to testify.
I'm gonna die if I don't swamp out here. Okay, never mind. He didn't do the attack I thought he was doing. Didn't need to do that.
Hands where I can see 'em. Drop your... My royal. Hunt them down. Ready. Wrath from the sky.
Oops. Come on, die. Am I going to see him on hero set? She should be, but she isn't. Because I can't be bothered. Spent way too long on this and it turned out pretty bad. That's not... I don't know about that one, Chief. Sorry.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is... You two. Time.
Oh, I don't have burst. Oh, no.
Happy return.
Going in. Show no mercy. Suffer the wrath.
Mighty mythical beast.
He doesn't have cryo on him. No. Oh, he has not. He has it now. Why is he so fucking far away? What the fuck was that? Okay, that was dog shit. Jesus Christ. What an awful clear that was. We can do better.
Sorry, pal.
We'll book this. Just so we get enough energy without a problem. That should be enough. I don't think we need to... Yeah, we already have the burst. Please don't be too cringe.
Up to it, Montai.
He decided to be cringe. Way too far away. Bad RNG. It is what it is. You love to see it. Grouping them at the start is doable, but they don't fucking stay grouped, so who fucking cares, man?
Everybody stand. Show no mercy. You two.
Mighty mythical beast.
Bring it. Teamwork is strict. Fulfill our pact. Keep lolling. These
cryo-op properly. That could have been a 2-rotation chamber, but I fucked up my op. They're so fucking annoying, man. It's really hard to get good grouping on these guys. Trying to get into a gacha game, why should I play Genshin over others? Please don't. Like, why do you want to get into a gacha game?
You asked for it.
Rise with the loaded. As you wish.
I want to talk about it. That was pretty dog shit.
Try and stop me. Final warning.
Evil wings. Shoot on sight.
Hands where I can see 'em. Drop your weapon. Crash from the sky.
Midnight Phantasm.
Oh, I keep doing my E too early like an idiot.
Hunt them down. You asked for it. Final warning. Light of the blazing sun. By royal stand soon. Wings of dark.
Ready.
I'm an idiot. I forgot to Moika E.
Enough. Time to testify.
Hello?
Light it up. Justice will prevail. Crash from the sky.
Into the shadows.
It worked because our first half was pretty fast, but certainly wasn't great. We can play her first half now. If I'm gonna be playing her first half, I think I want to do an EC team. Or an Aggravate team. But not Overload, that's for sure. Play with Beto? That's probably a good idea for this Abyss. But I don't want to gear. So I'll just use geared units. Do we use Farina? Since it's AoE? Ah. Why is Eeks on the thumbnail? I don't know. Yeah, I opened Twitter earlier and his face was on my timeline, so maybe that's why. That's probably why. I don't see another reason why he'd be on the thumbnail. But I don't know why it would choose that as a thumbnail. Who should I use for this, man? Like, rotations might be a little cringe with this. I guess I can just use Yelan. It'll be fine. Please give her a proper weapon, though. Or I could just use Farina, but I don't really want to use Farina. Okay, second side, who do we play? Okay, you know what? I actually know what I want to play. Because there's a strong incentive to play Cryo, but there's also some freezable enemies. Forced to be capped, right? Not too capped. It's capped, but it's not too capped.
Time for takeoff. Well,
Game's up. Fine, so
Oz. Here we go.
hunt them down. Loaded. Gotcha.
Come on.
Midnight Fin.
Here comes the cash.
Yahoo! Think you can get away?
Into the shadows.
Well, here we go.
Busted. Game's up. Time to get over.
Time for takeoff.
I love taking that force hit so much. It's sick, man.
Suffer the wrath of it. Take me up.
Hold on to your hats.
Let my name echo in song. Going in.
Where the fuck is bro?
Show no mercy. Lolly. Ha! Bullseye. Open fire.
Knock them down.
Yeah. Let the world collide. Everybody stand. Fulfill our path. Suffer the. Let's fly. Bullseye.
Is Lily actually better than Xiangling here? Probably not. But Xiangling is probably better than Farina as well. I'm not sure, honestly.
By royal let's play.
I don't have enough ER. Oh, I don't. I guess it's not that I don't have enough ER, it's that I started without energy.
Things are about to get dicey.
Midnight fantastic.
Ready. Where evil lurks. Shoot on sight.
You die?
Oh, reveal. Yahoo! Time for takeoff.
Here comes the catch. Bust it.
As you wish.
Here we go. Let's play.
My E missed. They dodged the E. They dodged the E, man.
By royalty, brace yourself.
Into the shadows.
Yahoo! Time for takeoff. Wings of
Here comes the catch. Ready.
Bro, what? Hello?
Time to testify.
Okay, fuck you.
Let's play.
I don't want to use burst here.
Into the shadows.
Setting Glove and burst for 413. I mean, I would usually use it at the end of a rotation in this team. But at the end of the rotation, the enemies are dead. And I don't want to use it without VV. So I'm just sitting there like, okay, well, I'll use it next rotation, I guess. 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 Yeah.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is. Ha! Show no mercy. You two. Ha! Locked on. Open fire. Locked on.
Hold on.
Yoo-hoo! Time to shine. Going in. Suffer the wrath of. Let's run. Locked on.
Okay. Fly official over Oron? Yeah, I guess with Venti, Oron would probably be better. I generally don't like Oron in these teams that don't on-field a grouper because the enemies just move out of his burst and he feels like ass. But it is what it is. Yeah, this shit is gonna be a little cringe, huh?
Think you can get away?
I don't think I'll try to use Venti Burst after the first rotation.
Brace yourself.
As you wish, me.
What? Okay, I got it.
Shoot on sight. Game's up. Time's over.
Shadow. Here we go.
I guess I can use it here. It's not bad.
Ready. Hunt them down.
Let's play.
Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey.
Think you can get away?
Moving. Time to testify.
Wings. Here we go.
Game's up. Time's over.
What a time for takeoff.
Ready. Shoot on sight.
That's slow. It is what it is, I guess.
Everybody stand. Lolling. Eat Papa. Ha! Bullseye. Locked on. Fire in the hole. Yoo-hoo! Let my name echo in song. Teamwork is strength.
This is gonna be annoying. Well, never mind, that's fine.
Open fire. Knock him down.
Strike a pop. Going in. Show no mercy. Suffer the.
Okay. Not the best, but it's fast enough. Alright, that's a different team. What are some other teams we could do? Oh, we did an exercise redeem. Frick you. Can we play Oven second side? I don't really want to play Oven in single target. Maybe we could do Oven first side, but I don't want to change my Bennett gear. Arlecchino Melt? Eh. Like we could, but I played so much of that last Abyss. Okay. I kind of want to try something, chat. I want you to know, okay? This is not good. I'm doing it because I think it's funny. Am I gonna need to level a second sock frog? I am. Fuck. I guess I'll just do this then. But like we have a good target for the attack. I'm just wondering if this buff is good enough for pretty much solo carry burning Sucrose to get through. Doubt it? Eh, we'll see. A16, 916 other side for full 4-star Abyss. I'd rather play Gaming if I'm going to be playing a 4-star only team. Actually... Okay, I should be having her on Noblesse and Bennett on Instructor, but I can't be bothered gearing. No fucking shot. I'm good.
Check this out. Supporting fire.
Swift is the swallow. Swallow, Mark 2, Animal Test 6308.
Oh, that's not the character I'm supposed to have on my third slot. Not the character I thought I had in my first slot, at least.
Here's backup. Don't get too close.
Absorption. Dancing in the wind. Animal Test 6308. Swirl.
Supporting fire.
Now you're
Fire it
testing
up.
my patience.
Absorption test. Swift is the swallow.
Gotcha.
Enhanced animal module 75. Stay clear.
Okay, this is too bad. This is too bad. Maybe I could do DMC. But I don't want to teleport to Sumeru. Okay, I'll do Nahida, but it's not because you need to use Nahida, it's because I can't be fucking bothered teleporting to Sumeru. Okay? It's the 4-star only. I mean, the first clear I did in this Abyss was a 4-star only team. We don't need to prove it's doable. Don't even need to prove I can do it.
You are not welcome.
Rain outlines your fate.
I got you covered. Check.
Oh, fuck you. Ah!
Couldn't.
Got one shot through Singto damage reduction. That's crazy, dude.
Know my sword. Witness the power of good.
Supporting fire. Check this out.
Animal Test 6308. Swirl. Mark 2.
Tiny difference in clear. But the fact that my Toma is not properly built is actually kind of a massive issue for the incoming damage.
Gotcha.
I'm just gonna die. Even if I don't die to my own burning or my own burden damage, these enemies do so much fucking damage. They just one-shot you. I'm not gonna use Nahida Burst because it kind of prevents me from being able to do my setup while they're staggered.
Absorption test. Animal hypostasis simulation. Stand clear.
Do PMC version? I could. What's here again? I forgot. Oh yeah, it's this fucking... I think that's... Oh, what the f... I did not mean to normal attack. I lost all my melts because I accidentally normal attacked. That's tragic. Oh, wait. It's inside Diona. It's outside of Rosaria, but at least it's inside Diona. Chat, don't be weird. I should have known as soon as I said it. You guys were gonna be weird about it. They're deciding to be very annoying with their attack pattern RNG here. Spending the whole fucking time ungrouped. Perfect for a Virgin team. That was kind of slow. That was pretty slow. I think we're still fine though, because this half is gonna be fast enough.
Let's light it up.
Can't handle
Definitely.
the dream. Huh.
Everybody stand back. Judgment.
Lights out.
Mighty mythical beast.
Think you can bully me? Looky.
Going in. Shiver.
Up to it, Monsai.
Shake your hands.
Everybody stand back. You can't run.
Lights out.
We don't talk about the die when it burst, okay? Just shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Hey, share my knowledge.
Witness the power.
Fire it up. Supporting fire.
Animal hypostasis emulation.
I don't know why my E didn't register.
Absorption test. Animal test 6308. Doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt. I see everything.
Don't get too close. Here's backup.
Absorption.
Let me read you a verse.
Enhanced animal module 75. Animal test 6308. Yeah. Absorption test. Hey. The Temple of Wisdom.
Witness the power of Goop.
Supporting fire.
Stand clear. Swirl. Mark 2.
Let me read you a verse.
Here's backup. Check this out.
I'm surprised this chamber is less of a problem than the last one.
Animal test
I guess it was really just a matter of grouping.
Don't get too close.
I'm going in. Punishment. You can't run.
At least.
Never mind. I fucking love this one. Dodged my E into one-shot me. Love to see it. Why did I go forward? It's fine, I didn't get punished. Wait, why the fuck is my Sing So festering?
sword. Stand clear. Animal
That's not intentional.
Animal test 6308. Absorption test. This way, turtles. Make yourselves at home.
I got you covered.
Let me read you a
Animal test 6308. Stand clear. Swirl. Mark 2.
Supporting fire. Fire it up.
witness the power.
Like, that's actually kind of a problem. Also, I didn't realize my Nahida mark was gone.
Animal test 6308.
That was an awful fucking attempt. Jesus Christ.
Let me read you a verse.
Stand clear. Enhanced animal. Animal test 6308. Absorption test.
I got you covered.
I mean, unless we get dogshit RNG on Swanee, I'm pretty sure we still have enough time.
Stand clear. This way, turtles.
Please don't dodge my damage.
Happy return. Alley-oop. Congratulations.
Judgment. I'm going in.
Oops.
You can't run. Punishment.
Up to it, Monsai.
Everybody stand.
Lights out.
Happy return.
Alright. Pretty pog. You try 9 starting with only 2 4-stars on each side. Although I don't think my artifact quality is good enough for that. What teams would I even do? Probably Gumming. Gumming Rosaria? I don't know. It fares on Lila. Fuck. Huh. Does that make sense? Like, the swirl damage buffs every animal character that triggers swirl, not just the ones that are PM focused. And if you only have one source of damage on your team, Farazan built on a damage build should do more damage than Sucrose just through swirls. Without chain reactions. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, Farazan also has pretty fucking good stagger, and these losers make me want to shoot myself. Oh. Oh yeah. Let me fucking go change this thing to a build right now before I fucking forget. Aware. Aware. Yeah. I should be able to do 3-unit clears, but I don't think I have the artifact quality to do 2-unit clears. I can try a 3-unit clear. I'm down. That'll do, I guess. Losing out on the fucking resonances is kind of annoying, though.
Let me read your verse. Rain.
Absorption test. Swirl. Mark 2. Stand clear.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Oh, right. I tried to fucking swap to Sing So by pressing 4, but that's not how that works.
Rain outlines your
Absorption test. Enhanced animal audio 70.
Vibrio.
Animal test 6308.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Again, I tried to... Okay, every time you see me go through the whole official animation on the burst, it's because I tried to swap the Singso by using 4. Oh, maybe I should have kept the burst for next chamber. Oh, nice. I get to heal. And he might survive one Sucrose E. Nice. Did he survive another one? No. But yeah, losing resonances on this team is a massive deal. Because you have 2 resonances usually. But with only 3 units, you get 0. So you lose 25% attack and 15% crit. We don't talk about that. Try to press 4 again. Oh. I got cringed.
I'm going in. You can't run. Shiver.
No! This is fucking awful. Because the next one spawns so far from here. It's fine. I still have enough time. Even if I have to do a full rotation for each one. And they give so much fucking particles that even if I don't do all my E's, I still won't struggle with energy. Here I intentionally did a normal attack to lose my cryo aura. What the? Okay, that was not intentional though. So that my E wouldn't kill it and I could generate more energy. Before the next chamber.
Absorption test. Stand clear. Absorption test. Animal hyper. No, my sword. Let me read you first. Huh? Animal test 6308.
I definitely tried to dash, but I guess it didn't go. It didn't register in time.
By Royal. Absorption test. Swirl. Mark 2.
Rain outlines your fate.
Animal test 60. Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Let me read you a verse.
You guys think he's gonna fucking walk this way ever?
Animal test 6308. Revealed by.
He won't. I give up.
Outlines your fate. Body and mind.
Stand clear.
Midnight Phantasma.
Witness the power of
Animal test 6308. Stand clear. Enhanced animal model.
rain outline.
Or doesn't Hunt actually putting in some fucking work to keep them grouped here?
Absorption test.
Did Singso Rain Swords just aim at the ground and miss the enemy because of that?
As you wish, me.
I'm pretty sure that's what just happened.
6308.
And I don't feel good about that.
Simulation.
Time to.
Good.
My
Did someone clip that? Like, am I an idiot or is that actually what happened? Anyways. What's here again? Oh yeah, it's the fuel generator.
Teamwork is strict. You can't run.
Fuck, my energy.
Lights
Oh my god, I'm so tilted. That was such a dog shit fucking start. Ah, my E got cancelled! And I missed. Okay. That was the worst fucking attempt I've ever done. I hate playing Rosaria so much. Hi, Bubba. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, honestly though, I was watching your stream when you were having a pleasant experience in Abyss. And I was like, that's so real. Like, yeah, this Abyss is a lot easier than the few Abysses we've had lately. But all of the enemies are so mold-inducing. Like, they all have a bunch of, like, small things that can make them really frustrating. They're not hard, but they really want to piss you off. Every single one of them.
Absorption test. Animal test 6308. No, my sword. Absorption test. Sword. Mark 2. Shadow Raven. Animal test 6308.
Yeah, that's a much better start than the last one.
Rim cutter. I summon thee. By ruin. Animal hypos.
Rain outlines your face.
No, my animal test 6308. Absorption test.
I'm actually watching my stamina properly this time. So I'm not getting fucked by running out of stamina.
Animal test 60. Enhanced animal module 75. Repeat.
Rain outlines.
Absorption test.
Rain cutter.
Stand clear.
Yeah, that's probably like the only really annoying thing about Sucrose Taser is like
By royal. Animal test.
you have to do so many cancels in your rotation that if you only do dash cancels instead of jump cancels, you run out of stamina and you never get it back. Alright, thank you for clipping it, Virus. What the fuck was that, dude? What? Where are they aiming? What? What the fuck? What's going on here? Bro! You can see the face when I realized the moment I realized. You can see my face. Oh, that's amazing. Alright. Okay, so I'm not gonna be an idiot this time. Okay? And I'm actually just gonna wait until it's back.
Teamwork is strict. You can't run.
Oh no, I don't have enough energy. It's fine. I forgot that without Diona, I need to do one more Rosaria E in the rotation. Stop.
Everybody stand. Yeah. Shiver.
Now, I have a problem, which is that I'm gonna start the next chamber without enough energy. But yeah, I don't know how that's gonna go. Oop, I'm an idiot. I walked too a bit forward too much. Shouldn't have done that.
No rest for the wicked.
Witness the power of Hoo-ha. Know my sword.
Animal hypostasis emulation. Absorption test. Wings.
Rim cutter.
Stand clear.
Rain outlines your...
Swirl. Mark.
Can I make him? Yeah, I made him do the thing. Very nice.
Absorption test. Stand clear.
Midnight vet.
Okay.
Let me...
That might be fast enough.
Absorption test.
Know my sword.
Animal hypostasis emulation. Animal test 6308.
Can I make him?
Witness the power.
Wings. Absorption test.
Oh, my E was back off cooldown, but it was not.
Outlines your fate.
Enhanced animal module 75. Oz, reveal thyself.
Sub 130. If we started with fully R, that would definitely be enough, but because we don't have that much energy right now, I don't know if it will be.
Let's light it up. Going in. You can't run. Lights out.
Up to it, Monsai.
Oh, you little fucking shitter.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is... You can't run. Shiver.
Happy return.
I need him to not do the wind attack.
Up to it, Monsai. Sorry, pal.
Teamwork is strict judgment. Lights out.
Mighty mythical beast.
We got it. Huge. Yeah, so we can do it with 3 units, but I'm pretty sure we can't do it with 2. My bills aren't good enough for that. Two by 2. I know my bills aren't good enough for that. I'm just gonna spend 3 hours bashing my head against the wall into giving up. I don't think that's a very productive use of my time. I'm gonna be honest. Remember the TGS video from an hour ago? No. His builds weren't super cozy. The Rosarian Gumming ones were, but the Loyal Farazan ones weren't. Yeah, but the Gumming ones are the ones that need to be really good. Because the Blessing is going to do a lot of work for the Lila team. Or sorry, for the Farazan team. But the Blessing doesn't do anything for the Gumming team. He was definitely crit fishing. That actually makes a lot of sense. Gumming's a character that's easy to crit fish for. Because he has so few hits in his rotations. He's a sort of character where it's a lot more productive to crit fish. What's that? Basically resetting until you get an attempt that has better crit RNG than your actual crit rate says it should. Forgot his call's not crit fishing? But anyways, I just don't think I'm gonna do enough damage. I'm sorry. Saw this insane gaming speed run today. We can take a look at it. Top half, interesting. Wow, that's crazy. Using Sucral's cryo-infused burst as a way to be able to add a normal attack before the plunge, because your plunge isn't enough to one-shot, but it's enough to do like 80% of their HP. That's actually sick. Fucking hell. How fast was that chamber? 26 seconds. That's insane. Yeah, 4 costs, so this is probably C2R1 Sweet Lolly. They're doing a lot of weird rotations that are like less DPS, but that reach damage thresholds faster. So TDDS isn't nearly as good. What's 4 cost? It means there's 4 5-star items. So Seat Lolly C1, Seat Lolly C2, and Seat Lolly Sig is 4 cost. Wait. Why did he book here? Oh, for the energy. I understand. Started with no fucking energy, but because the E does so much damage, he does over half of the Earthguard's HP. Energy Genshin. Ruined Drakes. You get a clear orb drop but from doing a third of his HP as damage. And so, even without a lot of ER, you can see the burst, or the amount of energy they have. Alright, you can see it here. Right here. They're like missing out on like 20 energy or some shit. But because they book the enemy HP particle generation and the skill the skill energy generation, that gives them enough to burst. That's hilarious. Attack Sands. Wow. Wait, that's Goblet, not... Wait, no. That is Sands. Attack Sands is kind of interesting. I guess with Sucrose EM plus Citlali C2 EM plus Citlali flat damage and without TTDS, you end up getting just too much EM to want EM Sands. Interesting. Yeah, that Goblet is kind of ass. That's pretty good. That's all right. I mean, it's not bad at all. Okay. That's a 9 roller. That's really fucking good. Although I guess on a speedrun like this, you don't need ER, so it's not actually that good. Yeah. The rest of the builds don't really matter. Aquila doesn't count as a cost, right? Or does it? I don't remember. That's not Aquila though. Yeah, it's Softwood. Like oh right, it counts as 0.5. I forgot. Instructor Sucrose? I mean, yeah. It's a fuck ton of multi-wave content. And they're fucking one-shotting each wave. So they all need VV. Forecalls is crazy for how fast the run is. I mean, yeah. Like, when it comes to low-cost speedrunning, Gumming is kind of goated. Because, like, he's pretty similar to Molani for that. But he himself doesn't count as a cost. Because he's a 4-star. So you get to have one more support constellation. But I guess in exchange for that, he doesn't have a good SIG either. I know it's supposed to be Moal over, but I read it as Moal lover. That's funny. Although, okay, to be fair, right? Moi is French for me. And people who love themselves do not play Moalani. So you can interpret it both ways, really. But I play Moalani, I've got some bad news for you, buddy. I'm considering pulling Moalani just because I got a good stance on Obsidian. Yeah. That's why I got Ayaka on my Taiwan account. I still regret it, honestly. I started regretting it like right after I got her, and I've kept regretting it ever since. The regret slightly subsided when Dendro came out, because it let me play Hyper Fridge and it was kind of fun. But it wasn't enough to have me keep playing on that account, honestly. You could probably clear their business time on the timeline? Yeah. I mean, now that I have C4 Shanling, I don't think Abysses will be much of a problem for a bit. Like, I'd probably just do Susing Somon first side. And like... I guess I don't know what I'd do second side. I don't really want to play Ayaka. I could do Alhaitham. I guess I'd have to do Sukokomon then. Not Susing Somon. If I want to play Alhaitham. Or I guess I could play Alhaitham Nilo, but like, no, I don't want to do that. I could play really Nilo first side. And Ayaka National second side. That would work, probably. That's probably the best thing I can do, actually. Nilo first side. The problem is that on this account, my units are still not really leveled for the Nilo team. So they just die. OG National with Chongyun. I'd rather play Ayaka National, honestly. I don't even know if I have Chongyun cons. I don't. I don't even have the C2. Yeah, fuck no. But like, this chamber is kind of free enough that I don't need to do a 4-unit team. I can just do a 3-unit team without swapping to Ayaka. This chamber, Ayaka does a lot because it's cryo. And in this chamber, because the enemies are freezable, Ayaka's actually kind of a good last slot for National. Like, sure, she's not as good as Sucrose, but it could be worse, honestly. Does it make me want to do it? Fuck, maybe I will. Oh, but it's 200 ping gameplay. Do I really want to do that? That's not it. Do I have clam pieces? HP, not leveled. No, I don't. I feel like I'm gonna die if I go on... Do I have a good flop? I don't remember. I don't think so. No, I don't. That's the wrong main stat. So I guess I was going to... I use Gilded. HP's fine. Off piece on this, I guess. Oh, right, I was on 2-piece, 2-piece. Right. Just show me what I'm working with. Use this. I'll use this one. That's okay. Not good, but also no. Wrong. Didn't realize I had that fucking set, I'm gonna be honest. I don't have an HP main stat for this. I guess I can go EM then. A two-piece this, perhaps? Decent bit of EM, enough ER, decent bit of HP. Could be good enough. We don't look at the talent levels, it's fine.
If there's nothing better,
Um,
we could go foraging for ingredients.
who do I use as my second Dendro? Do I just use Alhytham? Since he's my only other Dendro character that's not, like, level 40. I guess I could just use Dendro MC. Yeah, I'll just use Dendro MC. Not on 4-piece Deepwood. But I think my Nahi does on 4-piece Deepwood, so I don't need to be on 4-piece Deepwood. Yeah. Do I have enough ER? That's all that really matters. A little low. Why is that so low? Oh, that's why. What the fuck? That's wrong. The fuck is my Nilo on? You know, this all happened because I let fucking Limbo and Komemos on this account. SMH my head. Yeah, that works. It's not good, but it works. And yeah, the only weapon I can really use. Alright. So, what are the enemies here? Niloable, Nationalable. Yeah. So, I guess I'd rather use Sucrose than Ayaka for these chambers. But she should be on VV at least. Why the fuck is that on Goro? Like, there's no shot they were using Goro. Oh, I don't have another EM. Oh, that's annoying. I'm not using Raiden, actually. I can just use this. It's fine. Would it be better to use Raiden? Maybe it would. No, I won't. I won't do it. I won't do it. I have Nilo. I'm gonna use her, okay? I won't use Raiden. That's boring. Alright. This is my Taiwan account that I don't really play on anymore. How the fuck do these teams' rotations go again? I forgot. The enemies died. That's sick. Oh. That's a fast chamber. Right? Is it just me or does the floor look different? Right. I forgot. It says floor fucking 9. They won't survive a rotation. They won't even survive the setup. Oh my god, I'm blooming. Yeah. Okay, now the problem is
Animal test 63.
No, my sword. Rain outlines her fate.
I use up my burst, and I don't want to use them because it's already almost dead. But that's okay. Can you do the oh my god, I'm blooming? No, I can't.
Everyone hold hands.
Oh, it's cute how they do the same thing that the big ones do, but it's just like cuter, I guess.
I see everything. Allow me.
Holy.
Let me read your mind. Everybody stand back.
You know what? I don't need fucking VV for this.
No, my
Just fucking... It's gonna be faster if I have less swaps because of fucking ping. Anyways, okay. Nilo Bull first sight again. Yep. I guess I should have Nilo in the first slot. I always open the rotation with her E. No, I'm gonna get confused if I do that.
Hold the line. Everyone hold hands. A brash maneuver. Rest, rebuild. Allow me.
Oh, my Nilo ran out.
slip, slide, dead. Blade.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Again, I'm not going to use VV because he's going to die too quickly and I want to get as much energy back as possible. And if he dies too quickly, he's going to die before I generate my energy.
Hey. Rest, rebuild.
Let's do this then.
I see everything.
E2 Nahida, yes sir.
Finally, some target practice. Raise the storm. Witness the power. Everybody stand back. Where do you think you're going?
Stand clear.
Let's light it up. Goodbye. But we'll meet again.
People C2. Yeah, I kind of decided I'd give up on the account. And I figured if I'm going to give up on the account anyways, I might as well fucking get Nahida's C2 and try to make a Whale Nilo team eventually. I'll pull for Key on Nilo rerun as well.
Everyone hold hands. Allow me. Roll.
This was new.
Hey. Covenant of the Deep.
Padawan account is going to have more 5 swords than his main soon. It already has as many.
No, my sword. Rim cutter. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Animal test 6308.
I didn't get a Pyro Swirl, but that's fine. I don't really care.
Outlines your fate.
200 EM. Okay. This is gonna be cringe to do with Nilo, but it's also gonna be kind of cringe to do with. It's fine to do with Charlene. Okay, Nilo second side it is, I guess. Yo. That's gonna be a bit unpleasant.
Witness the power. Going in. Nice and spicy. Absorption test. Swirl. Mark 2.
No, my sword. Time to act. Body and mind. Rim cutter.
Everybody stand back. Absorption test. Enhanced animal mark. You're toast.
No, my sword. Let me weave you a verse.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Out of the frying pan.
Well, I'm gonna get frozen. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, right. Nilo team on Monolith content, but it's fine. I'm pretty sure these enemies are easy enough that we'll still be fine. I am damaging the Monolith, but I think we're still gonna be fine. Please target me, Bozo. He didn't target me. I think he's still far enough. Okay, he's targeting me now. Huge.
Allow me. Grow.
Alright. I don't think I have my burst here, unfortunately.
Rim cutter.
Going in. Nice and spicy. Stand clear.
No, my
Ah, no.
Swirl. Mark 2.
body and mind.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Let's
Oh,
light
and
it
my
up.
E. Enemies dying too fast so your abilities can't hit is actually such a tragedy in the early floors.
No, my sword. Witness.
Out of the frying pan. Animal test 6308. Stand clear.
Fuck. Should have booked. Should have booked.
Here. This way through the loop. Hold the line.
Propagate! Spring forth!
Torrent, ring up you. Committed to memory.
Didn't dodge in time. Oh, I didn't realize he does that. That's a little annoying. Wait, ideally I'd want to not break that, but I don't think that's possible. I didn't realize he shielded instantly.
Let's move out.
Am I even going to be able to clear this in time? I think so.
Share my knowledge. With all my strength.
I guess I should bait him towards him, at least. Try to abuse the... Oh my god! Okay, wait, no, we're fine.
Rest and rebuild.
Try to abuse the AoE bloom generation.
Let's move together! Germinate!
Dash backwards, buddy. Dude, I love playing bloom teams against... Nilo teams against electro-infused enemies. But I also hate it because it makes you realize what you missed out on.
Spring forth.
Bro. Allow me.
Killing it before breaking the shield? I mean, yeah, without cryo, that's kind of what's gonna happen. If these enemies didn't have type 1 HP scaling, it would be a little scuffed. Oh yeah, I remember this fucking chamber. I thought it was a massive pain in the ass.
Let me weave you a
Going in.
But it'll be fine with Shangling, I suppose.
Animal test 6308. You're toast. Animal hypostasis emulation. Nice and spicy.
witness the power.
Everybody stand back.
Morpha spin.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is strength.
Animal test 6308.
Let me weave you a verse. Body and mind. Rain outlines your fate.
Let's light it up. Everybody stand back.
Stand clear. Swirl. Mark.
Rain cutter.
Alright. Very annoying.
Sleep period. Rest and rebuild.
Propagate. So.
Covenant of the deep.
Bit annoying, but it is what it is, I suppose.
Allow me.
No, oh my god. Is he standing outside the AoE again? As soon as I move it, he goes to where the old one was.
Sleep period.
Scatter. Germinate.
Hold the line. Everyone hold hands. Let's meet. Billowing surge. Let's move out. A minute to memory. Rest and rebuild.
Alright, good enough. I'm not doing arm exercises during Abyss. Remind me to do them after. Alright. Let's hope we don't mold too much. We're probably gonna mold a little bit. Because of the ping. Wait. You're telling me stamina doesn't regenerate between floor 11 and 12? I just entered Abyss with like 50 stamina. What the fuck?
You are not welcome here. Let's end this now. Spring forth. Testing my patience. Germinate.
Covenant of the deep.
You know what? They've moved too much. I'll just...
This dance is for you.
I love that playing Nilo and... or... playing Kogomi in Bloom teams makes her, like, effectively lose the weakness of not being able to move her E after placing it.
Spring forth.
Because her best weapon becomes Sock Frog.
Let's move out.
It's so funny. It's actually so funny. I think with a team like this, I don't want to hold my Singso E. I think I just want to open with it. I think this is gonna hit the next one. Yep.
Take flight. Let me weave you a verse. I'm going in.
I don't think it's gonna hit the next one from here, so I'll hold it a little.
Whirling snow. Embrace the ice. Rain cutter. Rain outlines your fate. Nice and spicy. Take flight.
How much air does Ayaka have? I think she's at like 140-ish with Amenoma. Plus the R card now, I guess. I'm low HP on Nahida, so I need to spend some time healing on Kokomi. Okay, bro. Ideally, I don't want to have to burst here on Dendron-C, so yeah, we're good. Right, we should be fine, honestly.
Rain outlines your fate. Let everybody stand back.
I think Ayaka burst is worth using here, even if we lose some vapes. enough. I'm not gonna make the mistake of assume I can clear with a second to spare, and then not getting the clear and having to fucking restart from Chamber 1. I don't think it's worth using Ayaka Burst anymore, honestly. It would probably be worse if we weren't getting extra hits on Xiangling. But with the extra hits, I don't think it is. Or maybe, if we don't use Xingqiu Burst at the start, it's worth it? Hey, I don't know. Okay, fuck you. Okay, I'm restarting. Terrible fucking start. I hate it. The start of the first rotation on Nilo team always feels so fucking awkward. We're good with this. One fucking HP. We gotta stay on Kokomi because we don't have a very good build, so we take a while to heal. Wait, also, Jamie's in I summoned Jamie by playing Nilo and Ayaka. That's crazy.
Take flight. Rain outlines your fate. Teamwork is dreamwork. At the right hand, into the fire. Get the let's light it up. Everybody stand back. My apologies. Kamisato out. Silencio. No longer hold back. Rain outlines your fate. No, my take flight. Go ahead. Let's light it up.
I'm gonna get fucking staggered. Never mind. We made it through.
Rain cutter. Rain outlines your fate. My apologies. Sakura.
Oh, I don't think I got the Venet Burst on that.
Nice and spicy. Let's light
We're still fine.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Take flight. Witness the power of Guoooooooooooooo. Rain outlines your fate. Let's light it up.
Alright. You scared him off with your Ayaka gameplay? Yeah. Aware.
Everyone hold hands. Go on sprint. Allow me. Sorry, bring refuge. Hold the line. Here.
Propagate! Germinate!
that emblem icon? No, but it probably should be.
Let me read you a verse. Everybody stand back! My apologies. Let's light it up! I'm going in! You're toast! Witness the power of the rock. Rain outlines your fate.
You might not clear in time, actually. This is kind of ass. Without sucrose.
Rain cutter. Everybody stand back. Rain outlines your fate. Let's light it up. Take flight. Embrace the ice.
Oh, I thought he was gonna do his thing.
Teamwork is
I was wrong.
My apologies. No, my sword.
Yeah, I'm not gonna clear in time. Damn, I don't actually think I can clear this in time then. 'Cause I don't think I have a team that can.
Witness the power of the
That was a pretty good first side, and I'm like a solid
Nice and spicy.
20 seconds off on this side. Damn. That's tragic. The hydro resistance is fucking me over too much. Because Singso's a like really sizable part of this team's damage without sucrose. But the thing is, I don't know if I have a team that actually has enough DPS to do that Swanee without cryo. And I don't think I have a 3-unit team that has enough DPS with cryo. Maybe if I use Hyper Bloom on the second side. But then what the fuck am I going to use on the first side? My first side's going to be a lot slower. I guess... Oh, man. But you... Gilded is still selected. Do I have a 4-piece TOM, actually? Maybe I do. I probably do. Yeah, I do. TOM is the one I had. Do I have any healing bonus? I don't. Wow. I haven't leveled the healing bonus circlet. That's crazy. I guess this is a 4-liner with ER. The double crit literally doesn't matter, but the ER does. Don't roll crit, please. Sometimes fine. ER roll? Okay. Good. ER? Unlucky. Could be an FER. Oh boy. Sugogomon on 200 ping is gonna be an experience for sure.
Get them! Animal test 6308. Stand clear. Wings of darkness. Absorption test. Animal hypostasis emulation. By royal decree.
Now you're testing my patience.
Summoning of the deep. Shadow wave. Stand clear. Enhanced animal mark. On.
Hey, I'm gonna get frozen.
Animal test 6308. Stand clear.
You heard the fucking voice line, but the animation didn't go through because I got staggered out of it. Annoying as fuck. Oh my god.
Animal test 6308. Stand clear. Animal hypostasis. Rest, Steven. Uphill battle.
I can finish this off without swapping to, or without using channeling. But I don't know if this is fast enough. Like, I feel like my second sight is gonna be too slow.
No, my soul. Take flight. Kamisato art. Sumetsu. My apologies. Rain cutter.
Maybe not.
Rain outlines your face. No, my soul. Illusion shattered. Whirling snow. Blow. Embrace the ice.
We're close, actually. We're definitely close.
Take flight. Let me weave you a verse. Rain outlines your.
Yeah, we're getting it.
Sakura swirl. Take flight.
I don't think I need to use Hinto Burst here.
escape.
Easy clap. Easy clap. This part is gonna be fucking annoying.
Hold the line. Animal test 6308. Absorption test. Covenant of the deep. Wings of darkness. Surprise hit. Stand clear. Enhanced animal module 75. Allow me. By royal decree. Eat this. Nice and spicy. Animal test 6308. Tourist, bring refuge. Midnight phantasma. Stand clear. Squirrel, Mark 2. Rest and rebuild. You're toast. Covenant of the deep.
Hey, I don't have official up. That's my bad.
Odds revealed by Boba. Get them. Enhanced animal module.
As you wish, Meatboy.
Allow me. Tourist, bring refuge.
I'm not vaping because official is not up anymore. Oh my god.
Absorption test. Stand clear.
Yeah.
Rest and rebuild.
Scuffed rotations.
Midnight phantasma. Billowing surge.
Don't think I'll clear this in time, but it's fine because
Animal hyperstasis emulation.
we already have 3 stars on this chamber.
Nice and spicy. Animal test 6308. Tourist, bring refuge.
I gotta make sure I finish with my burst up though, because wait. Yeah, no. Because it's the next chamber we care about.
Rest and rebuild. Get them. Stand clear. Odds revealed by.
Alright, we have our burst up. It is what it is. Proper rotations are going to be a lot easier to do against stationary enemies that don't really try to kill you.
Animal test.
Alright. What's this again? Alright, it's the field generator.
Illusion shattered. Witness the power of GOOOOOOOOOO. Embrace the ice. My apologies.
Growl, growl, growl. Committed to memory.
Let me weave you a breath. There is no escape. Whirling snow.
This way pretty little.
Know my soul. Rain outlines your fate.
Growl, growl, growl.
Illusion shattered.
Committed to memory.
My apologies.
Growl, growl, growl.
I also want to make sure I finish with my burst up for this.
Committed to memory.
How are you triggering shatter on the boss? I'm not. What do you mean? Alright. Oh, right. Check minus 15k. I'll check it after I'm done with this.
Allow me. Nice and spicy. Stand clear. You're toast. Billowing surge.
It didn't.
Animal test 6308. Absorption test.
Ow. How did that not fucking cancel him? Fuck.
I summon the. Hold the line. Nice and spicy. Stand clear. Animal test 6308.
Oh no, they completely ungrouped. Dog shit RNG. I don't know how much time I need on the second side.
No rest for the wicked.
Allow me. At the fry pan. Stand clear. Swirl. Mark. Don't break my book. You're toast. Bring refuge.
Night Phantasm.
Okay, there we go. This time we got it properly.
Absorption test. Animal test 6308. Enhanced animal model. Rest rebuild.
But bad grouping RNG. Dude, what the fuck is this grouping RNG, man? They're so ungrouped.
Shadow ray.
Yeah, it's taking us over a fucking minute just for the first wave.
Animal test 6308.
If I just had Xingqiu available, it would be free.
Swirl. Mark.
By royal decree.
Absorption test.
But I need Xingqiu on both fucking sides.
Hold the line. At the fry pan.
As you wish, mate.
Stand clear.
Oh, I can't do a charge attack because I don't have stamina. Oh, fucking dog shit. Like, no C6 Fischl, no good build on Kokomi. Yeah. It makes things a little cooked.
Oz revealed. Boba, get them. Absorption test. Enhanced animal module 75.
Midnight Phantasm.
Eat this. Covenant of the deep.
I didn't get the fucking jellyfish refresh.
Hold the line. Absorption test. Animal test 6308. Bring refuge.
As you wish.
Oh, I twice in a row I didn't get the refresh. It's fine.
Allow me.
It's not fine. Even if I played like dog shit, it's still better than the last attempt just because our grouping RNG was better.
Reveal thyself.
Which is kind of tragic.
Covenant of the deep.
Haven't gotten a single jellyfish refresh properly.
Nice and spicy. Swirl. Mark.
Midnight Phantasm.
Animal test 6308. Rest and rebuild.
I just gave TDDS to Sucrose.
Bring refuge. You're toast. Boba, get them. Animal hyperspace. Shadow ray.
No! Okay, never mind. We're fine.
Hold the line. Covenant of the deep. Eat this. At the fry pan.
By royal decree.
Stand clear.
Over 2 minutes. I don't think a minute is enough for this one. Maybe the C2 Ayaka is gonna do enough work. Or sorry, the C2 Nahida's gonna do enough work.
There is no escape. Ring cutter.
Grow, grow, grow.
kind of close. Like, a rotation and a half away. But I don't think it's doable. Why are we hyper-fridging? Because I don't have a team that can clear Swanee in less than 2 minutes without cryo. Like, if I do perfect rotations on Tsukukomon, it's doable. But, like, Tsukukomon by default is already fucking hard to do good rotations on. If on top of that, you have to fucking do it on 200 ping. Like, no. And I don't think I have a single team that can get anywhere close to the DPS check on Swanee without saying so. Or and cryo. Like, even with cryo, I don't think I have a single team that can actually properly do good damage. Is Alhaitham Nilo not good enough for side 2? No, Swanee takes too long. And for side 1, I don't have a team that's good enough for side 2 if I use Nahida side 1. Like, the Nahida team doesn't struggle, but the other one is, yeah. The Australian seems to built well. They're built fine, but not, like, amazing. Maybe the play is just something like this. I don't want to change my builds back to the Nilo team. I can just use Singto on it, actually. Fuck using Kokomi. Oh no, I can't. Unless I use Yao Yao as well. My Yao Yao's not leveled. Aww. Are you gonna get mad at me if I just play Hyperloom first side, chat? I don't have a feather for him. I guess that means I go 2-piece, 2-piece. Makes me laugh every time. Okay, chat. How angry are you gonna be if I do this? Is he still 262? Yeah, he is. Oh. Or maybe I just do Ayaka Hyper Bloom on the first side instead of the second. You know what? That's actually... Wait, no, I can't do that if I'm using Ayaka's second side. Wait, I also can't use Aminoma. I'm an idiot. I have to keep her on Aminoma. Oh, man. Man. Alright, alright. This. I'm a little bit worried I'm gonna die, though. Because these enemies are kind of aggressive and a bit harder to play well on hyping.
No, my sword. Witness the power of Gooooooooooooooo.
Make yourself a hoo.
I also can't do the fucking swap tech on this thing. My charge attack missed because the enemy died. That's so fucked.
Memory.
Let me read you a verse. Rain outlines your fate. No, my soul, shine down.
The temple of wisdom.
The process of elimination.
Illusion shattered.
Grow, grow, grow.
Witness the power of Gooooooooooooo.
Now.
Committed to memory. I'm getting sick.
Now you're testing my patience. The plan's changed.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about.
No, my sword.
Here, I already have 3 stars on this chamber. Fuck. I was gonna say, I already have 3 stars on this chamber. So, I can just heal and I'll hype them. But then the enemy died. Oops. And you can't really heal against the fucking Hilitrol Rose on the next chamber. That might be a problem. Time to get staggered. Okay.
Punishment. Whirling snow. Kamisato art. Sumetsu.
Unthinkable.
Can't even one rotate a fucking Ruin Guard. This is not gonna work. Jesus Christ. He jumped out of the way. I mean, sure, but like... You think Swanee won't? Maybe I could do Nilo Hyper Bloom. Or Kogomi Hyper Bloom, I guess. What's better, Kogomi Hyper Bloom or on-field Nilo Hyper Bloom, if I don't care about the healing? Probably Kogomi. Man, if only I had 2 Singtos. These chambers generate a decent amount of particles, so I don't need IANSAN. But I guess... Oh, I'm still on Slack on Sucrose, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, the ping makes the global swirl setups a lot tighter to do. Almost missed that one. Fuck. Fuck! Dude, I hate playing teams that are swap heavy on high ping. It's so cringe. I also hate these enemies in general. They fucking suck. Saxor! No! Why isn't he playing normal Nilo in first and national second side? Because I can't do Swanee in time without cryo. I just don't have the damage. Maybe if I didn't have ping and I could actually play national properly, I could just barely make it. But I don't know, man. Anyways, this is pretty free, right? Oh, right, it's Kokomi instead of... Why did I use my E? Am I an idiot? We're getting like fucking half the DPS. It's so bad. We don't have enough Hydro app. So we have to on-field Nilo to properly get reactions, but if we on-field Nilo, we don't have enough Dendro app. I don't know, chat. I don't think this is good enough. So I don't think we have a Dendro team without Singso that can clear this one in time. But I don't think we have a team that can clear first side fast enough. If we don't if we don't use either Singso or Nahida. And now having cons on official is kind of a big deal too. Like, if I do this on the second side, I don't think I have a single team that's fast enough for the first side. Kogumi's just not good enough in this slot. You could use Beto. Oh man. I don't know about that, Chief. I don't know about that, Chief. Maybe I could do a taser team like this. Do the second side. But I don't think this clears the Rune Guards fast enough. I have to make a team that is specifically good at killing the Rune Guards fast. Nilo Bloom and DMC Hyperloom with Singto? Like, you mean Nilo Bloom on this side? And DMC Hyperloom here? I can't kill Swanee in time with this team. And he does C2 Hyperloom struggled earlier. I mean, it didn't struggle, it's just that we started with less than a minute. Like, this team needs about a minute and 10 seconds to clear. Maybe I could do this. But it's just... Kokomi app is so dog shit that I'm gonna end up forward vaping Kokomi most of the time. Maybe we do this? Maybe that's enough, app? This is ass, but everything is ass. Okay? I'll try this, I guess. Maybe Sugro's Fischl. The problem is that Fischl is C0.
Oz, reveal. Hold the line. Let's light it up.
Midnight Let's end this now.
So Oz duration is kind of dog shit, and I end up, like, well, okay, this is just them running out of fucking Oz AoE range, but...
Everybody stand away. By royal decree.
These enemies are not cringe at all, by the way. Not cringe at all. It's fine. I love getting staggered 83 times in a row trying to cast an elemental skill. It's fucking sick, actually. It's my favorite part of playing Genshin Impact. I think this is gonna be enough on the last chamber. We're definitely not getting 3 stars on the first 2, though. So it was definitely not wrong to not start with this team.
Everybody stand back. Hold the line.
Midnight Fantastic.
Covenant of the deep.
Let's end this now.
Oz, reveal dice. I'm going in. That's gonna hurt in the... Shadow Raven. Torrent, bring refuge.
We're almost at the last wave, chat. Huge.
By royal decree. Why do they never... Let's light it up. Everybody stand back. Abrashment. Nice fight. Wings of dark. Covenant of the deep.
Am I dead? Almost. I got hit once and then I couldn't move for the next 7 seconds. Like, these enemies aren't that bad when it's 1 or 2 of them, but 3 is just like a fucking yikes. You have Chevreuse, it might be doable. Yeah, surely I have Chevreuse. Thank you for your amazing and useful advice. Just have Chevreuse. Thanks.
Shine down. Let me read you a plan. This may turn a little. Sakura swirl.
Yeah, you can see how much faster this is compared to the Kokomi version.
Take flight.
Kokomi version, we were barely killing one with a full rotation.
Time to know my sword.
Singto version, we're killing 2 with per rotation.
There is no escape. My apologies. Yeah, commit it to memory. Shine down.
Like I said,
Take flight.
Chamber 1 is not going to be good.
Grow, grow, grow.
And honestly, Chamber 2 won't be good either.
Committed to
I
memory.
missed.
There is no escape.
This way, turn a little.
Witness the power. Rain outlines your fate. My apologies.
Grow, grow, grow. Yeah.
By royal decree, teamwork is dreamwork.
Allow me. Shadow Raven.
I fucking hate that the ping makes it so that I can't do my official swaps before I'm way out of range of the enemies. Because, like, usually you're supposed to fucking press Q and then immediately swap out on official. But because of the swap delay, it's just not fucking doing anything.
Rest, rebuild.
Midnight phantasmical.
I fucking fly all the way to fucking Narnia before the swap registers.
Oz reveal the... Everybody stand back.
Nice and spicy. Allow me. Hey,
As you wish.
billowing surge.
I'm going in.
Get them.
Oh my god, I almost fucking died.
Shadow Wit. Torrent, bring refuge. Let's move out.
How is he not getting staggered by this overload? Hello? The next wave spawns all the way over here. Can you fucking walk towards me? Please. Thank you.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Allow me. Eat this.
As you wish, me.
Billowing surge.
It's fine. You know why? Because against the fucking Earth Guards, I can just fischl into them. And because they're big, I'm not gonna go through them.
Let's move out.
And I'll be able to not be in Narnia when I use my fucking swap.
By royal decree,
Hold the line.
going in. Let's light it up.
Maybe I shouldn't have used Bennett Burst, because now I'm gonna fucking die. I feel... Oh my god, I almost died. Don't bother! Make sure you finish with bursts up.
I summon thee. Get them.
Make sure you finish with bursts up. Take your time. You're fine. Everything is fine. Make sure you don't die after fucking 3 minutes of molding.
Oz, rest, rebuild.
Alright.
Illusion shattered.
Committed to memory.
Let me read you a verse.
Yeah, this way, turn a little. Grow, grow, grow. Yeah. This way, turn a little.
Shine down. Witness the power.
Grow, grow, grow.
Rain outlines your fate. Know my soul.
Make yourself a room. Committed to memory.
Oh, I guess for some reason...
This way, turn a little.
What? I pressed E before I jumped. Okay,
There
fuck
is
you.
no escape.
Not what I wanted to swap to.
Let me leave you alone.
Sock? Okay, dude. Now we don't have enough energy, so we gotta fucking wait again.
Sharing my knowledge.
Rain outlines your fate. Shine down.
Grow.
Again, just make sure you finish with your burst up. Make sure you finish close to full HP. We're vibing. Okay, I don't know how many times I need to say stop redeeming the fucking things that require me to stop paying attention to Abyss before you guys stop fucking redeeming the thing. Anyways, whatever. I'm not gonna do the fucking exercise redeem. That's on you. I already warned you.
No rest for the
Everybody stand back.
Allow me. Nice and spicy. Midnight pit. Covenant of the deep.
Oh, annoying. Bad grouping RNG. Please, okay. Good.
Let's light it.
Rest and rebuild. You're toast. Bring refuge.
You know what the problem is? I don't have enough ER. Or, I don't have enough EM, and I have too much ER. I guess I don't even have too much ER, but it is true that I don't have enough EM.
as you wish.
Okay, I didn't get my fucking Bennett buff on it. No, I did. Okay, cool. But I don't know if it's good enough.
By royal decree. Why do they
Now, the lower energy gen from not having Fischl C6 is kind of a big problem.
Rest and rebuild. Eat this. Shadow Raven. Torrent, bring refuge.
Everybody stand back.
Amplify this. Oz revealed. Allow me. You're toast.
It is faster.
Of the deep.
And we could definitely get a faster clear than this. We have some time to gain here. And we also have more time than we did with the last team.
Witness the power of the wild.
For
Rain
this.
outlines your fate. No, my
This made her little.
there is no
Make yourselves at home.
But I don't know if it's enough time.
whirling snow. Inazuma shines eternal. Shine down. Let me leave you abreast.
Commit to memory.
Illusion shattered. Take flight. Rain cutter.
We fucked up our app here.
Shine down. Rain outlines your fate. No, my soul.
I need to use Right and Burst every time I freeze him. Otherwise I can't break the freeze. But it's definitely doable.
I summoned. I'm going in. Rest and rebuild. Eat this. Loba, get them. Wings of darkness. Billowing surge.
Okay, good grouping so far.
Let's light it up.
Nice and spicy.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Allow me. You're toast.
By royal decree.
Covenant of the deep.
I was a much better first wave. I guess it's not over yet. No! Okay, that's fine. Okay. We're just barely looking like we're gonna be fine, maybe, perhaps?
Nice and spicy. Odds reveal fight. Everybody stand back. You're toast. Shadow Raven. Permanence of the deep.
Yeah, that was like 20 seconds faster. Unless we die, it should be free. Okay.
Committed to limit.
There is no escape. Let me weave you a web. Huh?
Oh, no, my sword. This way through the limit.
Illusion shattered.
Committed to memory.
Whirling snow. Now you shall perish.
This way through the limit.
Witness the power. Rain outlines your fate.
Very good start.
Shine down.
Grow.
Take flight. Inazuma shines eternal. Rain cutter. Know my soul. Huh?
This way through the limit.
Illusion shattered.
Grow. This way through the limit.
There is no escape.
17 seconds to spare. 17 seconds to spare, holy. Pretty good. Pretty good. Didn't get the animal balls, which was clutch. Yeah, you don't get the animal balls if you keep freezing it. But yeah. I guess high ping plus no official C6 makes Pokemon too rough to play. But just official Kokomi National is brain dead enough that I was fine. We got it! Woohoo! Alright, if I get good Obsidian artifacts, I'll pull on the Moiko rerun. Sure. Bad. Good, I guess. Dog shit? Dog shit, okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Yume Glorp, for giving us an Abyss that's actually doable on my Taiwan account.
Is there time for a quick snack? I'll whip one up in no time.
Anyways. Was it fully Nahida? The Nahida build doesn't really matter that much in a team like this. He's on Fav. Level 25. Oh. ER Dendro crit. Why is she on ER when I'm not even using my burst? That's a good question. Actually, that's a really good question. Oh, it's because my only leveled sands are ER. That explains it. Yeah, that does the explaining. And I'm not leveling this. I'm not leveling this. Yeah, okay. That's why she's on ER sense. Oh. Do I have any main side for this? I do, but I'm not leveling this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so now he doesn't any ER sense, I suppose. It is what it is. Yeah, it's not like it matters, like I said. All the damage is coming from Singto and Raiden. Raiden build matters a lot more. Than 4 gilded. 900 EM. Not that good. Honestly. 58 on the flower and 42 on the feather. That's kind of on the low side, but... Crown burst. Yeah, I used to play Rational on this account. To be fair, maybe I'd still play Rational if I leveled my Kuki. No. No, because I need Singto still. I can't play Hyperbloom and National at the same time. Any version of National. Unless I Omega Cope and go Kokomi. Like, what I need on this account is a team. I mean, I guess I could do Rational on one side and Nilo on the other, right? The problem is that's not enough damage against this chamber. Because Swanee is too cringe. You need a Yulan? Unironically, Yulan would be very helpful for this account, yeah. Anyways. You need insert every character released last year? True. I need Sijuin, that's who I need. For sure. For real, for real. Let's go back to the main account. I've been live for a while. It's been a productive stream, kind of. Oh yeah, we've been stalling on the TGS video for like 3 hours. Should we go back to that?
In 5.3, with the first side buffing sword damage by a lot, and the second side buffing charge attack of cryo type by a lot. Of course, these buffs are primarily meant to sell the main characters they're running in the banners, in the case of sword damage Mitsuki, and the case of charge attack damage Wriothesley. Honestly, I'm not really against these buffs when they don't affect characters that aren't already very strong, because for example, in 5.3 they buffed normal attacks for pyro characters by 75% in terms of damage bonus and night soul damage all around, which only reinforced characters that were already very strong in the meta. When it's buffs like this that are not only more niche, but also buff primarily compositions that aren't incredibly strong, like a Sucrose Taser, the Mizuki teams, Grizzly's compositions, I'm not really against it. I actually like them because they bring more diversity to the meta. And the results are really noticeable, with Grizzly being one of the highest ranking characters in this usage rate chart, despite not being anywhere near there by default. On the other hand, many Natran characters fell off a cliff because the Nightsoul buffs are not there anymore.
Yeah, Oron is truly a fall of all time.
And the Tenebrous enemies that have a shield that takes more damage from Nightsoul base attacks have been
It's actually so funny though, because like Taser is still good, right? Last Abyss Oron Taser was good. This Abyss Taser in general is great, but Oron's usage rate went down an insane amount because honestly, Fischl's still better than he is. Oh.
taken away, and so there is not much of a reason to specifically use Natran characters. I really didn't like that buff in 5.3 for Nightsoul base characters because you have that on top of having enemies that favor Natran characters because of their mechanics, and so that seemed too much, like too specific. To be honest though, there is still a case like that in the current Abyss as well, with the Chamber 3 boss that can actually get frozen after he uses some moves, and if you take advantage of that mechanic, it becomes much easier to handle, so it's similar because there is an extra incentive to bring cryo characters on top of the existing buff, but I dislike this less than the 5.3 Abyss because this boss...
Okay, are there any Grizzly enjoyers that know if in the Grizzly Mawika team it's actually better not to melt Mawika's burst? Is there a setup that melts Mawika's burst under Bennett buff in that team? Grizzly N1, Shilonen E, Bennett EQ, Grizzly charge attack, burst charge attack, Mawika burst, back to Grizzly, I guess. I don't know if you need the second charge attack, because I don't know exactly how the timing lines up. That's disgusting. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Oh. GG Bennett uptime? Okay, but here's the thing. Like, the charge attack you do at the start is not a waste of Bennett's damage. You're pretty much fully buffed for that charge attack. Like, you're just splitting your Bennett uptime on Grizzly in two instead of doing it all at once. It is all like the E increases charge attack damage, it only increases normal attack damage. It's not enhanced. You're not doing a single enhanced charge attack in a Grizzly Melt team like this without C1. But if you melt Mawika's burst, it's not a Grizzly team, it's a Mawika team with Grizzly. Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Is just easier to handle,
That's
also
fair.
easier to brute force, and that thing I said can even be done by minimal cryo sub DPS like Layla even, so I think it's just easier all around. So I think there was definitely DPS like Layla.
What a disgusting Kanish team this is.
Even, so I think it's just easier all around. So I think there was definitely a more noticeable benefit to Nightsoul base characters than there is to cryo characters right now. However, that doesn't mean they're all trash now, because characters like Kinage, Chaska and Molani are still very strong, obviously, and in the case of Kinich and Chaska specifically that are single target oriented DPS, the second side fits them pretty well. Even Mavuika went down noticeably, despite being either the first or second best DPS in the meta. Her usage rate took a huge hit because there isn't that much of an extra reason to use her anymore. There is a more interesting talking point here when it comes to her teams here, however. Her most used team as a main DPS is the Mel team with Citlali. After that, below many teams where Mavuika is used as a sub DPS instead, there is the main DPS team with Fiorina, so...
Wait, is that really the two most popular teams? There's no way. There's no way the gap between Chilonen and the other supports in popularity is that big for Mavuika. That's crazy. Damn. That's wild. Second's the highest is Kazuha, I checked. That makes sense. Damn. IANSAN stonks are gonna fucking rise, though. Holy. I wonder if IANSAN's gonna be more popular than Chilonen, assuming she doesn't see any changes. Like, she's gonna be objectively better, but is she gonna be more popular? She might not be, honestly. Just because people are fucking dumb.
Mavuika vape. This is partially because in the second side, the presence of a cryo character on team is favored, and the Fiorina vape team doesn't have one, so it's penalized because of that, but the team still... This is partially because in the second side, the presence of a cryo character on team is favored, and the Fiorina vape team doesn't have one, so it's penalized because of that, but the team still works very well in the side 1, and for some reason it's not really popular regardless, so it's curious to see this. This team with Fiorina is strong, of course, but it's not impressively stronger than other teams in the meta, especially when you consider that Fiorina is a highly contested unit on very good teams, like for example Nouvellette teams. And so, maybe the more interesting talking point here is that if
playing the Mavuika Fiorina team in multi-wave content and not getting a single fucking vape over your whole burst duration because the fucking Hydro summons don't attack enemies until after you've hit them when a new wave spawns. Like, solo Hydro enabler Fiorina for reaction teams that need a Hydro aura does not fucking work well in multi-wave content.
you don't have Citrali, there isn't that much of an extra reason to use Mavuika as your main DPS, and matter of fact, even if that team is the most used team according to this chart, she has a smaller usage rate than Nouvellette. And this is despite the fact that she's used as a sub DPS on a lot of teams, which should inflate her usage rate even further. Arlecchino is pretty similar in the meta at the moment, in that she relies on Citrali for her best teams, and I think if you remove
not a single Chevreuse team in the first 6 Arlecchino teams? That's crazy. Okay, actually, you know what? I guess if you're gonna be playing her mostly on second side, that makes sense because Swanee needs cryo. But it's not like Mavuika's bad on the first side. Or sorry, not Mavuika. It's not like Arlecchino's bad on the first side, this Abyss. Like... IANSAN would be so nice right now. Yeah, she would.
Going in. By royalty, you asked for it. Stop right there.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, I really fucked that up, actually.
Light it up. Teamwork is. Hands where I can see 'em.
I'm down.
Yeah, this is how it's supposed to go, man.
Everybody stand back. Odds revealed us. You asked for it.
If you look at Chevy's most popular teams, Sino Chevy is more popular than Arlecchino. That's crazy.
Absorption. Fulfill our path. You two. Light of the blazing sun. Incinerate. Both. Bring it. Get to work. Lolling. These pop-up rest from the sky. Try and stop me.
Stand clear. Animal.
Suffer the wrath of the pyroclastic surge. Ready.
Yeah, Sucrose and multi-wave content like this is not ideal for this, but...
Incinerate. Incinerate.
That's fine. What's this again? Oh, yeah.
Going in. My royal. Stop right Everybody stand. Hands where I can see 'em. Drop your.
Midnight.
Oh, bro! Target the right one, please.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Overruled. Let's light it up.
You know what? I'll heal. Why not?
Justice will prevail.
I don't think I need to burst, though. Eh.
By royal.
I think it's the first time I've killed the fucking Hydro guys before the... Before I'm done with the Hilly Churls. Hmm.
Light it up. Bring it.
Absorption test.
What's this again? Oh yeah, this is gonna be the nice chamber.
Overruled.
Oh,
Hands
right. I forgot. Don't be an idiot. Wait until they start running before you E.
Blaze red. Everybody stand. Odds reveal. Justice will prevail. Let's light it up. I'm going it. You asked for it. Fight. Justice will prevail. Your teamwork is dreamwork.
Midnight
No. Fine, I kill him before the things fall and he gets his res. I guess it's not faster than the fucking swirl teams, huh?
Burn it. Show no mercy. Suffer the pyroclastic surge.
Hey, I'm an idiot. Lost my mouse.
Bring it.
Stand clear. Animal test.
Fulfill our path.
Lolling.
Crash from the sky. Full throttle.
Absorption test.
Show no mercy. Suffer the pyroclastic surge.
Not bad. Not bad.
Move the sub DPS Mavuika teams, so if you only consider main DPS teams, these two would have pretty similar usage rates. Before I move on, let me remind you that if you enjoy my channel but you haven't subbed yet, please consider doing so because it really makes me notice your support. Revolant is back to being very high in this list after having a base in 5.3 that really countered him, sort of, although his usage rate still stayed relatively high, but now he's back where he usually is. There isn't much to say really, there is an AoE side and of course he does really well in that. What's more interesting is his team situation. His team with Baiju, Furina and Kazuha is his team with the highest usage rate. However, this is where usage rates can get pretty deceptive because they're based on the ownership rate of the character. So they just show how many people that have that character actually use him. In the case of Baiju, who is a pretty unique case in the meta because he's kind of a niche pull in terms of pull value, but he's still pretty good regardless, it's more that the few people that have him actually use him. And so that makes his usage rate deceptively high because despite the Xianyun variant being more used in total, the Baiju variant has a higher usage rate because more people that...
Wait, you're telling me over 1% of the clears were solo Neuvillette? And this is not 100 to 0. Someone did solo Neuvillette's second side. I get a feeling that was not C0.
that have those specific characters use that team. But still, is for sure a very good option for the team and for many other teams as well, because he's a healer, so he can pretty much fit everywhere. Moving on, about Chaska specifically, I kind of forgot to say before that she still takes advantage of both buffs in this abyss, the first one being the sword damage bonus, and the second one being the charge attack bonus for cryo damage. The introduction of these buffs makes Chaska pretty interesting in the meta because she can do damage of many types, so she'll probably be able to take advantage of more buffs than most other units can. So while as a baseline she's probably worse than Kinich, Malani, and Mabuika, her versatility could make her age better. Then Mitsuki, pretty funny case here, she has a relatively high usage rate, but she has the lowest ownership rate I've ever seen. Only 2% of the players that have submitted their data have Mitsuki, and out of them 27% used her in the abyss. Objectively speaking, she's not a great character, she's pretty mediocre actually, but in this abyss she can do rather well, mostly because of the buffs for the sword damage, and also because it's an AoE abyss that doesn't need much grouping, so a Mizuki that doesn't have particular grouping can still do well here, despite her being lackluster. A similar case is Nilu, who is an AoE character that doesn't have grouping on her teams, the side doesn't need grouping, and so she does very well despite of that. Shenhe is also relatively high in this list, mainly because her main teams got buffed. So the Chaska teams, the Brisley teams, and even the Ayaka teams, they saw an uptick in usage, despite the fact that Ayaka doesn't really rely on charge attack damage, but people are using her more in this abyss. Then Dendro is falling off. I don't think I've ever seen a Hida this low in this kind of list. And while in the 5.3 abyss, there was still an extra reason in bringing Dendro teams around, because the way the Tenebrous shield work, they get taken down fast by high frequency attacks, and burning is one of those, so bringing a Dendro team there was still pretty nice. Now there isn't much of a reason in building a Dendro team, except for example for the Nilu teams inside one, but besides that, Dendro teams are just comparatively worse than other meta teams, sadly. Speaking of Dendro, I want to say something more about Kinage, because while his burning teams at a glance can't really counter the Chamber 3 boss of the second side, he can integrate a cryo character into his teams.
Just play Bennett, Moika, Lali, and Kinich becomes a great unit in this abyss.
Pretty seamlessly. The cryo sub DPS we have in the meta don't really apply cryo fast enough to make the burning aura inconsistent, and so you can bring characters like Lali, Layla even in his teams to take care of the Chamber 3 boss, like Let's
see how much of Kanich's uptime it takes for him to do as much damage as Moika's burst already did.
The burning aura inconsistent, and so
Moika's burst here did 868k.
Bring characters like Lali, Layla even in his teams.
Our first skill does 250k. We've already also gotten like a little over 50k. Almost 100k.
So you can bring characters like Lali, Layla even.
No. Closer to like 70k from the attacks on the way there.
In his team.
Then 250k, so 320k.
So to take care of the Chamber 3 boss.
Then another like 250-ish k. We're at like almost 600k.
And the team will do nicely all around.
I mean, here that's just, yeah. It's gonna take Ganesh 3 E's to do as much damage as the Q button on Moika. Aware.
For the other characters in the lower tier, it's honestly kind of sad to see some of them here, because many of these characters are still very good, like Clorand, Hightam to a degree, Shao, but they end up being less used because there are some dominant DPS in the meta, like Mavuika, Arekino, Nuvolette, or some DPS that do really well dispatch, like Brisley, and so all the other characters.
Honestly though, I think Clorand is kind of getting a little fucked by the fact that her AoE isn't the best. And her teams don't tend to be able to slot in cryo units as well as a lot of other carries. So she doesn't really feel great on either side. Although, Cloud Taser is probably the team that feels the best for Cloud in this abyss. Especially because Chlorine is one of the carries that actually works well with Venti. And Venti feels really fucking nice in this abyss.
That take the hit. And a couple of the DPS here are very good in this abyss, like Child, Shao for the AoE scenarios of the first phase, or Neil Bloom, as I said, like as I said before, it's probably the best Dendro team dispatch, but still the usage rate is not very high. It's much higher than it usually is, but still not very high.
One of the biggest problems though is that the swirl buff is so powerful that a lot of the carries that are usually pretty decent in AoE aren't really better than the taser teams are. Wait, what am I doing? That's not what I want to click on. This is what I want to click on. Sorry, I'm Sucrose build this abyss. Also, I'm pretty sure Bennett Changling is gonna be better than Giant Farina in this abyss, just because Hydro Swirl isn't AoE. Which is a little tragic.
Stray cloud converge. Disappear.
Karazhan knocked him over my plunge. Oh fuck. This is not it, man.
Gears of the storm. Strike a pose. Let my name echo.
Seize the sky.
Useless. Evil conquering. Here. Worthless. Here. Worthless. Here. Worthless.
Alright, so it takes us over a minute. Maybe we could get it to like 50-ish seconds with good grouping.
You are not welcome.
Outlines your face. Animal test 6308. Stand clear. Swirl. Mark 2. Animal test 6308. I'm getting sick. Get him. Stand clear. Ring cutter.
Could have frozen like an idiot.
I'm getting sick. Animal must know my soul.
Now you're testing my patience.
Oz, reveal. Animal test 6308.
Will meet again. As you wish.
Let me lead you.
Animal hypostatic.
Yeah, as you can see, this is like as fast, if not faster, with a 4-star only 3-unit taser team.
Stand clear. Animal test 6308. By Royal.
Because the swirl buffs are so strong. And enemy HP breakpoints aren't particularly favorable for a lot of the AoE carries. Like, enemies are squishier than they usually are. So teams with flexible rotations tend to not struggle from overkilling enemies as much. What's the best 4-slot in that team for this abyss? Honestly, there's so many good ones. You're pretty happy using Oron, Beidou, Shengling. Dendro MC. Nahida.
You are not welcome.
Ring cutter.
Oops, I got frozen like an idiot.
My sword. Stand clear. Animal test 6308.
Will.
You are not welcome.
I fucking missed one of them. Are you for real?
Test. Animal
Are you fucking for real right now?
Witness the power of good. Animal test 6308. Oz, reveal thyself. Throw.
Rain outlines you.
You can use Beto.
You are not welcome here.
Let me leave you a verse. No, my to ashes.
Absorption test. Animal test 6308. Yeah. Swirl, mark,
Rim cutter.
by royal. Stand clear.
No rest for the
Shadow Witch. Absorption test.
Let me leave you a verse. No, my sword. Body enough to ashes.
Stand clear. Don't break my glass.
But for this chamber specifically, Swirl is doing so much that Beto's not actually that much better than just 3 units. Use Auron.
Swirl,
You are not welcome.
Go! You're free now!
Witness the power of Gua.
Oh, fuck you.
Animal test 6308. Stand clear.
Wings of darkness.
Tell me what you see.
Enhanced animal module.
Let me leave you a verse.
Animal test 6308.
No, my sword. Rain outlines.
By royal
Oops, that's not Sucrose. I have Sucrose on a slot she's not usually on, so I keep getting confused and swapping to the wrong unit.
You're free now! Not too far now. As you wish.
Witness the power of Gua.
Swirl, mark 2.
Bro, I accidentally pressed control, so I started walking. Oh my god, I swapped the Auron by accident again. Ling. Although I don't think Ling's on the right build for this right now. I don't think she's on the right build for anything right now, actually. That seems wrong. He's kind of on the right build-ish. Mostly.
You are not welcome here.
Odds revealed by
Rain outlines your fate. No, my sword.
absorption test.
It's not dead!
Wings of darkness. Animal test 6308. Stand clear. Swirl, mark.
Let me leave you a verse.
That was a scam, dude. That was actually just a fucking scam.
Midnight.
Animal test 6308. Animal hyper.
I lost like fucking 15 seconds to thinking the enemy was dead, but it actually had 2 HP. That didn't do fall damage, really? Okay, that was like horribly played, I guess. What other last slot is good for this? I mean, another Animo. That's not I think so.
By royal decree. I'm getting sick of this. Enhanced animal.
Wind strider. One with wind and cloud.
Alright, another Animo is also pretty good. And the reality is that this is like these Taser teams are often just gonna clear faster than the good carry teams. Just because the good carry teams often have breakpoint bullshit that prevents you from doing multi-wave content as well as you'd like. I think I'm on the that's fine, that's good enough.
Everybody stand. Lolly, eat Papa. Rest from the sky.
Now you're testing my patience.
I'm getting sick.
Oh my fucking miss, rip energy, I guess.
Fulfill our pact. You two. Pyroclastic surge.
Will meet.
I'm getting sick.
My missed again. Love to fucking see it.
Go ahead. Get to work. Lolly, eat Papa. Light of the blazing sun.
Right? And that was slower. Like, obviously it wasn't perfectly played, but like, it's not like I was perfectly playing the other one either. And if Mawika's slower, then fucking everyone else is gonna be slower as well, you know? Pretty much except Nebula. That's like the one exception. You didn't melt your burst like twice? No, I melted my burst every time. I didn't melt every spin because of multi-wave bullshit with Mawika. But I melted every hit of the burst. Initial hit, at least. Oh my god. Fucking Cryo Aura slowing down my animations. Fuck you.
Now you're testing my patience. Stabilize. Now you're testing my patience.
I guess that wasn't really faster either. But that's like a max comfort Neuvillette team. Technically, I could do this.
Settle down. Be sanctified.
Now you're testing my patience.
You are not welcome here.
I'm getting sick.
Now you're testing my patience.
That like Nevilette is like the one carry that is actually good for multi-wave stuff. Like really good for multi-wave stuff. That was 35 seconds. Without requiring some specific setup. I guess you could also do like I changed my Arlecchino weapon earlier because I gave Jiggling Spirit a shell.
Teamwork is
I'll be gone. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I guess ideally you'd want to use a grouper for this one.
Transfix.
light it up, everybody.
Up and away.
Laid bare.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Bye-bye.
Without a grouper, it's still around the same speed. With a grouper, it should be faster. But then you're still using the fucking Animo units. And honestly, you'd be better off just using them as your carries. Until last chamber.
Let's light it up. I'm going in.
Time to go. Wind strike.
Oh, that's the wrong character to swap to. That was an accident.
Transfix.
Everybody stand.
Into the wind.
Oh, fuck me.
Fallen leaves. Adorn. Wind strike.
That wasn't really faster because I fucking played it like ass.
Overrule. Everybody stand back.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
I'm getting sick.
Laid bare.
Yeah, the fact that these enemies, it's like fucking RNG whether or not they get staggered by Kazuha's is so fucking cringe. These are definitely the most frustrating enemies in this abyss. Because they get resistance to interruption, but it's not infinite. They can still be interrupted just sometimes. And it feels like it's fucking RNG. But yeah. And then you compare it to like, I guess I haven't shown how Venti does yet. I don't know if my Venti's on the right build though. No, he's not. Be good enough.
Think you can get away? Well, rain cutter. On. Clear. Squirrel. Mark 2. Rain outlines your fate. No.
kind of fucked that up real bad. Fine. Anyways, I think that's gonna be it for today, chat. I hope you all enjoyed. I hope you had a good time. Hope you had a nice experience. We'll finish the video tomorrow, maybe. I am going to post a video. I'm gonna post a IANSAN first impressions. IANSAN and Verisa first impressions. So as usual, if you can find it through YouTube, it helps more with the algorithm. But if you are too lazy, I understand. Here is the link, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.